Chapter 3269. A thread quietly appeared on the All Heavens forum. The name of the thread's creator was very straightforward. It was the 3 words, War God Temple. Thanks to Ning Chi's warning, countless immortals who'd been lurking on the All Heavens forum immediately clicked on the thread. What they saw was a video of Ning Chi suppressing the Tiandao clan. Jiang Tianche had indirectly admitted that they were the ones who'd opened the demon portal. The video was like a bomb that exploded on the All Heavens forum. The explosion affected every corner of the world of immortals. As long as there were immortals, they would be affected. Unbelievable. The Tiandao clan is so vicious. Why did the elders open the demon portal? Are they trying to kill all the immortals in the world? I'm guessing the Tiandao clan's sinister motive is to deal with the ancient immortal clan. Fortunately, Senior Beishian has already suppressed the Tiandao clan. Otherwise, not only would we have to face the demon slaughter, we'd also have to be on guard against their sneak attacks. Other than the many posts denouncing the Heavenly Dao family, there are also posts that defended the ancient immortal clan during the First Immortal Devil War. The people who posted these posts were all incited by Ning Chi. He wanted to wash away the infamy the ancient immortal clan had carried over the years. If it had been a simple statement, perhaps it wouldn't have been believable. However, Ning Chi showed a few videos, all of which he had seen in the Mirage Sea tribe in the immortal prison. They were videos of the ancient immortals fighting against the demons. These videos were enough to prove how the ancient immortals had risked their lives to stop the demons' invasion of the world of immortals. In a short time, the Tiandao clan's reputation had become rotten. At the same time, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and the other Dao Querying Realm puppets had arrived at their respective immortal realms. They were madly cleaning up all the demons they saw. Many immortals volunteered to work with them to suppress the demons. This scene was broadcasted by the All Heavens live streaming platform. Hello everyone, I'm Brother Go. I took a break because of the demons' rampage. But today, I'm going to show you an exciting scene of killing demons. The number of viewers in Brother Go's stream soared. Over the years, the All Heavens talismans had become more and more popular. The price had also gotten cheaper, so the number of users had skyrocketed. In the beginning, if there were 1 million online viewers, he would be considered a big streamer. Later on, 5 million, 10 million, 100 million, and even 1 billion. But now, only when the number of viewers exceeded 10 billion could a streamer be considered a real big streamer. In all the live streaming platforms, only Brother Dog had achieved this. Not far behind Guzzi was the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon, which was dozens of miles long. Tens of thousands of cannons on its body were fired at the same time. Wherever the cannons passed by, no demon could survive, no matter what level it was. Guzzi followed closely behind the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon, risking being killed by the aftermath of the cannons. Everyone, please live stream at close range. For the next period of time, as long as I don't die, I will follow this senior and fight in different places. Please be prepared to watch for a long time. Guzzi continued. What followed was an overwhelming number of gifts. Devil Sky Immortal Domain, Buddha Planet. Because there were no acquaintances on Buddha Planet, Ning Chi couldn't use the All Heavens talisman to teleport there directly. So, he spent about half a month to reach Buddha Planet. If he had been at his previous strength, he might not have been able to reach Buddha Planet in a few years. Outside the Pagoda Star, Ning Chi stood in the void, calmly assessing the situation of the Pagoda Star. Compared to the last time he had been here a few years ago, there were no longer any immortals on the Pagoda Star. Even the flowers and grass were tainted with demonic chi. The entire planet seemed to have been transformed into a demonic star. Demons were constantly descending from a huge whirlpool. The demons that descended were all at the level of demon monarchs and above. In the hour that Ning Chi observed, there were more than 500 demon monarchs and more than 30 demon emperors. There was not a single ancient transformation realm demon. At this rate, the immortal world will still be unable to resist the invasion of the demon race in 1 year, 10 years, or even 100 years, even if no ancient transformation realm demons descend. These demons can completely disperse and infiltrate the various immortal realms to stir up trouble. A solemn look flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. With a thought, the Lao Jun elixir furnace flew out. The fire Qilin appeared from within and glanced at the huge whirlpool. Compared to the previous time, this gap has doubled. The fire Qilin and Ning Chi were telepathically connected, so it knew what Ning Chi was planning. Is there a way to close this gap or lead it to an unknown region, such as Shenluo realm? Ning Chi's eyes flickered slightly. If he could lead the gap to Shenluo realm, the demon race would have to pray for themselves. Impossible. This complete passageway was set up by a fourth-step existence, and a fourth-step existence controls a power that you and I can't touch. It's a level higher than the power of the immortal palace. Even if you and I join forces, we can't close it. If we make a move, we can only make it bigger again. It's big enough for a perfected Tao, querying realm existence to pass through. The fire Qilin shook its head. A power a level higher than the power of the immortal palace? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. What kind of power is that? Until now, he had been very curious about what kind of realm a fourth-step existence was. Compared to a third-step existence, how big was the gap between them? That is the power of karma. I don't know the specifics. Only when you reach that realm can you truly comprehend it. The fire Qilin said, Karma. Ning Chi pondered over this word for a while. To put it simply, the word cause and effect represented something very transcendent. Its meaning in Buddhism was also extremely profound. After karma is the fifth step cultivator? Ning Chi asked curiously. The fire Qilin shook its head. After karma is destiny, and after destiny is reincarnation. Only when you complete reincarnation will you have a chance to enter the fifth step. However, if you reach the reincarnation state, you will have enough power to protect yourself in Shenluo realm. There are actually 3 realms in the fourth step. Ning Chi was a little surprised. This was something he had not expected. In that case, didn't it mean that after the fourth step, the difference in strength would be very obvious? Jiang Tianshu and the North Mystic Divine Emperor were only at the karma state back then, or were they at the destiny state? The only thing Ning Chi could be sure of was that the demon lord that the 2 of them had killed together was probably weaker than the 2 of them. It seems like this passageway can't be sealed for now. However, you said that its size isn't big enough for a perfected Tao, querying realm existence to descend? Ning Chi sighed and his eyes lit up. The fire Qilin nodded. Chapter 3270. Since they couldn't make any changes to the passageway, Ning Chi and the fire Qilin appeared and killed all the demons. The pagoda planet was the base camp of the demons. They would accumulate a certain number of troops before their respective leaders would bring them to the various celestial regions of the celestial world. Ning Chi destroyed the troops that the demons had accumulated for months. With the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and the others, the demon disaster disappeared in a short time. After doing all this, Ning Chi left the pagoda planet with the fire Qilin. But before he left, he hid an all-heaven talisman here for teleportation. Ning Chi's next destination was the central planet of the Langya Immortal region. According to the clues left behind by the woman, the old lord was suppressed in the Langya Immortal region. The most likely place was the central planet. Now that the Tiandao family had been destroyed and Ning Chi had advanced to the early stage Dao querying realm, his combat power was comparable to a perfected Dao querying realm cultivator. It was time to make a trip. In a cave filled with golden runes, an old man in a Taoist robe was pierced by countless chains. The chains had a mysterious aura and didn't seem to be from this world. The old man in the Taoist robe was pretending to be asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the cave entrance. A figure was walking in slowly. Ning Chi and the old man looked at each other and checked each other's attributes at the same time. only to find that the interface was filled with question marks. Not only was there no name, but he also couldn't see the other's rank and cultivation. Old Lord. Ning Chi spoke after a while. You're the reincarnation of the North Mystic Emperor. The old man in the Taoist robe smiled. What do you mean? Ning Chi smiled. Since the old man was imprisoned here, he would have to find out what was going on in the outside world from him. Ning Chi had already tried just now. His divine will couldn't penetrate the restriction here, but the old man could tell that he was the reincarnation of the North Mystic Emperor. This meant that there was something else he didn't know. I can see his shadow in you. The old man in the Taoist robe smiled. May I ask if you're old Lord Taishang? Ning Chi suddenly asked. Yes, that's me. Old Lord Taishang nodded with a smile. You have the smell of the creation elixir on you. Have you found my descendant in the ancestral land? Ning Chi was slightly startled, then laughed dryly and said, Well, I guess so. Ha ha ha, then we are family. Old Lord Taishang suddenly smiled happily. Ning Chi looked at old Lord Taishang in shock. Why are you acting like an idiot? Do you think I don't know how to use the good fortune pill I left behind? Old Lord Taishang glanced at Ning Chi. I see. Ning Chi's expression became a little strange. The other party had left behind the pill of fortune, and he had to use that method to consume it. This was probably the Grand Supreme Elder's plan. Other than that, you also have the aura of my pill furnace on you. Old Lord Taishang smiled. Ning Chi nodded and took out the Laojun elixir furnace. The fire Kylin seemed to have sensed it and flew out. Its eyes fell on Taishang Laojun with some doubts. Unfortunately, it's not complete now. Old Lord Taishang looked at the cauldron with nostalgia. Then his gaze landed on the fire Qilin. The spirit of the secret territory, fire Qilin. I seem to have seen you before? A hint of doubt flashed through the fire Qilin's eyes. This is the first time we've met. Old Lord Taishang shook his head with a smile. Oh, the fire Qilin nodded, but it seemed to be thinking about something. Mystic North Divine Emperor. I will continue to call you that. You will recover your memories sooner or later. The fire Qilin is not an ordinary existence in the Shenluo realm. The Qilin clan is extremely protective of their people. I saw that you seem to have contract with her. If the Qilin clan finds out, you will have to escape even at your peak in your previous life. She is no match for her. Old Lord Taishang said meaningfully. So powerful. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. Don't worry, I signed a contract with her. Even if the elders of the Qilin clan find out, they won't kill me. The fire Qilin said, Let's think about it later. Old Lord, we're here to save you from this place. You should be prepared, lest the fire Qilin and I hurt you. Ning Chi smiled. There's no need. This is a trap set up by Zhang Tianshu. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to break it. Also, you should leave. He will find out if you stay for too long. Old Lord Taishang smiled and looked at the sky. Can't break it. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. The power of the palace boiled and the hell-suppressing palace behind him began to appear. The fire Qilin and I are equivalent to 2 Dao querying cultivators at the peak Dao querying realm. But we still can't break these chains. Ning Chi frowned. Old Lord Taishang looked at the hell-suppressing palace with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, but then he shook his head. Jiang Tianshu was only at the karma state when he trapped me, but he came back again after countless years. You didn't come back that time. You might have reincarnated. Jiang Tianshu was at the fate state then. He strengthened the restrictive spell again. I'm afraid you won't be able to break it even at your peak. Fate state? Ning Chi was shocked. He had thought that with his current strength. Even if he wasn't a match for Jiang Tianshu, he could at least withstand a few moves. But the combat power of a Dao querying realm expert at the peak Dao querying realm was far from the fate state, And there was still the karma state, he's right. Even karma state experts won't be able to break a trap set up by a fate state expert, let alone you and me. I can feel a terrifying aura here, and it's getting stronger. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. The fire Qilin said with a serious expression. Since you're here, have a seat. We haven't seen each other for many years, Bodhiseed. A figure walked in from outside the cave and sat by the stone table. He gestured for Ning Qi to sit on another stone bench. Old Lord Taishang was surprised. You've broken through to the rebirth state? Jiang Tianshu. Ning Qi's expression darkened. He hadn't expected to see him here. When did he arrive? Did he just rush over from the Shenluo realm when I entered this place? If that's the case, he's too fast. Also, he called me Bodhiseed. What kind of title is that? Chapter 3271. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Tianshu indifferently. Jiang Tianshu was a fourth-step cultivator. If he really wanted to attack, he would not be able to escape today. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled and sat down. You called me senior brother? Ning Qi looked at Jiang Tianshu with a smile. The fire Qilin stood behind Ning Qi with a serious look in its eyes. Jiang Tianshu happened to look at the fire Qilin. They looked at each other for a few breaths before Jiang Tianshu looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, It seems that senior brother has not recovered the memory of your previous life. Ning Qi did not speak and just looked at Jiang Tianshu quietly. When I first entered the sect, I was bullied and almost committed suicide. If senior brother had not enlightened me, I would not be here today, so I am very grateful to senior brother. Jiang Tianshu sighed emotionally. Oh, so I really came from the same sect as you in my previous life? Then why do you want to go against me? Ning Qi smiled. There was no evidence to prove that Jiang Tianshu's words were true. It was also possible that Jiang Tianshu was just spouting nonsense to toy with him. Thus, Ning Qi did not fully believe him. Junior brother, let's not talk about the past. Since I met you today, why don't I send you to reincarnate again? Jiang Tianshu said with a smile. Taishang Laojun looked at the scene expressionlessly, but the fire Qilin looked anxious. If Ning Qi was killed, she would die with him. You are too polite. I don't intend to reincarnate now. Ning Qi shook his head. Jiang Tianshu sighed. Senior brother, why don't you understand? There is a huge gap between our cultivation levels. Even if you reach the fourth step in the future, you will only be at the karma realm. That was the peak of your previous life. How can you compare to me? He paused. How about this? If senior brother swears never to be my enemy, I will leave. You spouted a bunch of nonsense, but you didn't do anything. This isn't your style. Ning Qi suddenly said. Oh, what is my style? Jiang Tianshu smiled. This is your style. The hell-suppressing immortal palace appeared behind Ning Qi, and at the same time the fire Qilin roared and joined forces with Ning Qi to attack Jiang Tianshu. The fire Qilin was connected to Ning Qi's mind. As soon as Ning Qi's thoughts appeared, the fire Qilin sensed it. Hell-suppressing immortal palace. Flame immortal palace. The boundless power of the immortal palace slammed into Jiang Tianshu's body. With a loud bang, Jiang Tianshu's body was instantly torn apart. Then, like a bubble, it disappeared into the air. So it's a projection. Old Lord Taishang stroked his beard and laughed. Even I was fooled. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. North Mystic Emperor, how did you know? I've seen many people like him. If he had the confidence to kill me, why would he waste so much time talking to me? Isn't he just trying to scare me and make me reincarnate? That way, I'll have a chance to cultivate again in the future. Otherwise, if he kills me, I'm afraid my soul will be destroyed. Ning Qi chuckled. That's right. Those who are timid might really choose this path. Old Lord Taishang stroked his beard and nodded. The fire Qilin heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Chi with admiration. If she were in his shoes, she wouldn't have the courage to fight if she knew that Ning Chi was at the fate state. Senior brother, you're always more thorough than others. Jiang Tianchu's voice was heard again. Just like before, he walked into the cave. Don't play tricks. I think you're in trouble in the Shenluo realm. Otherwise, the deity realm would be in a mess and you wouldn't even come to the deity realm. Is it because you can't tell where you're from? Ning Chi smiled. I do have some matters to attend to, but trust me, I'll solve them very soon. Oh, my personal servant girl was killed by you, right? I saw that even her soul gathering tablet was shattered. Her primordial spirit must have been suppressed by your prison, suppressing Immortal Palace. Back then, this Immortal Palace suppressed countless powerful beings. For a while, I was jealous that you were able to refine such a magical palace. Jiang Tianchu smiled. However, your current cultivation is too low. Even though you've found the hell-suppressing Immortal Palace ahead of time, if you use its power too often, it might cause a backlash. Even the origin spirit you've placed in the Immortal Palace will be suppressed, and you'll become a walking corpse. Why are you telling me this all of a sudden? Ning Chi smiled. I hope that senior brother will be able to live on. At the very least, live until I find you personally. If I were to see a walking corpse, it would be too boring. With that, Jiang Tianchu's figure slowly disappeared. There was an unfathomable smile on his face the entire time as he looked at Ning Chi with a faint smile. The instant he completely disappeared, Jiang Tianchu suddenly spoke again, leaving behind a single sentence. Since the Tiandao clan has been destroyed, I'll find some entertainment for senior brother. I heard that the heaven-destroying brat from back then is still alive. I wonder if the current senior brother is a match for him? He's going to open the path between the demons and the realm of deities. Ning Chi and the Fire Qilin instantly understood the meaning of Jiang Tianchu's last words. Old Lord Taishang's expression became even more solemn. He calculated with his fingers and looked up. The realm of deities will face a great calamity. The Lord of Deities is already a fourth-step karma realm cultivator. Ning Chi's expression became extremely solemn. With him and the Fire Qilin here, old Lord Taishang had used the word great calamity. This was enough to explain everything. At the same time, the whirlpool on the Buddha planet suddenly began to change. This unstable state only lasted for a few breaths before the whirlpool grew infinitely larger. Soon, the size of the whirlpool surpassed the Buddha planet itself. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Buddha planet was like an ant in front of an elephant. The difference between them was huge. At this moment, a terrifying suction force came from the whirlpool. The demons that arrived later revealed looks of disbelief when they saw this. Boom! There was a loud sound. The pagoda planet deviated from its orbit and was sucked into the vortex. Not only that, but the nearby planets also deviated from their original orbits due to the terrifying suction force and flew towards the vortex. One planet after another was devoured. The terrifying suction force soon spread across the entire demonic immortal realm. The huge commotion couldn't be hidden at all. Soon, some immortals noticed the changes in the demonic immortal realm. The news quickly spread through the All Heavens Forum. Central Planet. Cave. Ning Chi calmly looked at old Lord Taishang. Old Lord, is there a way to resolve the great calamity of the realm of deities? Old Lord Taishang lowered his head and calculated. Time ticked by. Half an hour later, old Lord Taishang suddenly raised his head with a solemn look in his eyes. Hope lies in the ancestral land. Ancestral land? No, it's the place where the heavenly Tao was born. Where did you come from in this life? Chapter 3272. Ning Chi remembered that when he left Earth had already started to change. The spirit chi of heaven and earth had recovered and countless people had obtained extraordinary powers. However, how long had it been? How far could Earth have developed in such a short time? There probably hadn't even been a human deity yet. How could such a place fight against a fourth-step existence like the heavenly fiend lord? Everyone was more or less selfish. No matter what happened in the celestial world, Ning Qi didn't want to involve Earth. You don't believe me? The old lord smiled. Can you tell me more about it? Ning Qi nodded. Our ancestral land is the origin of this universe. Even the heavenly Tao was born there. It can be said that it doesn't enter karma or reincarnation. If there is someone in this world that can block a fourth-step existence, it is the heavenly Tao, and second is our ancestral land. As for the specifics, I don't know. As for the specifics, I can't tell. The old lord smiled and shook his head. Other than that, Ning Qi sighed. Is there no other way to stop the fiend race? The first celestial demon war was just a trap that Jiang Tianshu used to plot against the divine Emperor Baixian. The fiend race was just there to watch the show and was destroyed. Even the fiend lord was killed by Jiang Tianshu and the divine Emperor Baixian, leaving only the fiend lord's heart. But now the heaven-destroying fiend lord had grown to the point where he could destroy the celestial world. Maybe there is, but it hasn't appeared yet. I can't tell. It's time for you to leave. Jiang Tianshu might have just cast an illusion, but he might have other tricks up his sleeve. Old Lord Taishang smiled. What's the relationship between Jiang Tianshu and me? How much do you know about this? Ning Qi asked solemnly. I only know that you're from the same sect, but I don't know which one. There are thousands of sects in the Shenlua world. Old Lord Taishang shook his head. He called me Bodhi Zi just now. Is that my Tao name in the sect in my previous life? Ning Qi frowned and muttered to himself. Bodhi Zi. In his memory, there might only be one person with an extremely mysterious background in the celestial world who was related to him. Could it be? The clues were constantly connected, and Ning Qi said in a deep voice, Did I have other titles in my previous life? Patriarch Subhuti, didn't you find that monkey? Haven't you figured it out yet? Old Lord Taishang smiled. Patriarch Subhuti, the first thing that appeared in Ning Qi's mind was a bunch of grapes. Old Lord, I'll take my leave first. If the heavenly demon lord were to fight his way here one day, do you have any way to survive? As long as Jiang Tianshu doesn't attack, I won't die. Old Lord Taishang smiled. When Ning Qi heard this, he finally felt at ease and left the central planet with the fire Kylin. When he intended to use the all-heaven talisman to head to the pagoda star to take a look, he realized that he had failed. There was only one possibility. The all-heaven talisman he had hidden on the pagoda star had disappeared. The probability of the all-heaven talisman being found was very low. From this, it could be seen that something huge had happened on the Stupa star. Where are we going next? Homeworld. Not long after Ning Qi and the fire Qilin left, another figure walked into the cavern. Old Lord Taishang only raised his head to take a glance before he smiled and said, Tao friend, heaven-destroying demon lord is about to descend. You should make a trip to the ancestral grounds. If Ning Qi was here, he would realize that this figure was someone he was familiar with. The sect master of the mystic sect. Ji Fei. Is there really a chance of survival at the ancestral land? Ji Fei frowned. Just like Ning Qi, he didn't think that the ancestral land could stop the demon race. Others might not know, but have you forgotten what the ancestral land itself is? Pangu. Ji Fei's eyes lit up. Then he nodded solemnly and turned to leave. However, he had just taken a few steps when he stopped and looked at old Lord Taishang. How is that fellow Taoist doing in the Shenlua world? He's doing much better than you and me. He's at least at the fourth step of the causality realm. Unfortunately, he's still much weaker than Jiang Tianshu. Old Lord Taishang smiled. The divine Lua world has already started the war of 10,000 races. Those who are at the fourth step and above are almost unable to escape. This is actually not a bad thing. Jiang Tianshu is much more difficult to deal with than the heavenly demon lord. Yes. Ji Fei nodded and turned to leave. Ancestral planet, Xianjian sect. The moment Ning Qi and the fire Kylin returned, the old man in green seemed to have sensed them. In a flash, he appeared at the entrance of the Xianjian sect. Senior, the disciples guarding the door were stunned for a moment. Then they saw Ning Qi and the fire Kylin, and their faces immediately revealed a look of surprise. Greetings, Grand Ancestor Bei Xian. They took the lead and bowed to Ning Qi. The old man in green was no longer able to show his unfathomable attitude in front of Ning Qi. The emotions on his face became extremely rich, and his hesitant look made Ning Qi feel that it was a little strange. No need for formalities. Ning Qi first waved at the disciples guarding the door, then looked at the old man in green and said with a smile, "Senior, what's wrong today?" I don't dare. Don't call me Senior." The old man in green quickly waved his hand. This scene fell into the eyes of Ing Xuan and the others who had rushed over after knowing that Ning Qi had returned. Strange. What's wrong with the old man today? Could it be because Big Brother has advanced to the third step? Ing Xuan thought to herself. The others' thoughts were similar to hers, but Ing Zizai thought deeper. He had always suspected that the old man in green was at the third step. Even if Ning Qi had become a third-step cultivator now, there was no reason for him to become so flustered all of a sudden. What is he afraid of? Ing Zizai thought to himself. Ning Qi smiled and greeted everyone before heading to the missing moon peak. Along the way, the old man in green was always half a step behind him. After arriving at the missing moon peak, Ning Qi finally couldn't help but look at the old man in green. What's going on with you? Master, I'm unfilial. I didn't recognize you immediately. Please punish me. The old man in green knelt on the ground with a thud. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Everyone subconsciously rubbed their eyes, but found that the dignified old man in green was still kneeling on the ground. Oh, it seems that you recognized me through the hell-suppressing palace. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of realization. Master, a figure suddenly appeared. It was ancestral patriarch Yu Qing. He looked at the old man in green and then at Ning Qi in shock. Chapter 3273. Missing Moon Peak. Peak Lord Hall. It took half an hour for everyone to digest the information they had obtained today. I knew that Bei Xian had an extraordinary background. How could an ordinary immortal reach such a level in such a short time? It turns out that he's the reincarnation of almighty Patriarch Bodhi. It seems that there was such an almighty in the ancient immortal clan. Elder Nangong thought to himself. Ing Zizai smiled bitterly. He was Ning Qi's adoptive father in name, but even the green-robed old man was respectful to Ning Qi. He really didn't know how to address Ning Qi. Master, Qing Feng, let's just call each other our own. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, the green-robed old man nodded respectfully. Patriarch Yu Qing looked at the green-robed old man strangely. This was the first time he saw the green-robed old man being so respectful to someone. Big Brother, you came back at the right time. Someone on the All Heavens Forum found that the Devil Sky Immortal Domain is undergoing a huge change. I wonder if it's related to the Demon Clan. Ing Xuan suddenly said. She didn't care who Ning Qi's reincarnation was. That's what I wanted to talk about. The heaven-defeating Demon Lord is about to descend to the celestial world. He's a fourth-step existence. Ning Qi sighed. A fourth-step existence? The green-robed old man's eyes flashed with disbelief. He didn't expect the Demon Clan to have another fourth-step existence. The fourth step, Karma Master. This is going to be difficult. Patriarch Yu Qing frowned slightly. Everyone subconsciously looked at him, feeling surprised and doubtful. Did old ancestor Yu Qing know what the existence of the fourth step was like before the immortal demon war? Most immortals didn't know much about the third step existences, let alone the fourth step existences. I've asked the old lord, and he said that there's a place where the vitality of the celestial world lies. However, I'm not too sure about this, so I suggest that everyone leave the celestial world temporarily and take everything that can be taken with you to various ghost domains. The universe is so vast that even fourth step existences can't explore it all. It won't be that easy to find us. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Is that the only way?" Ying Jinshuan's eyes flashed with reluctance. "MHM, we have to start preparing now. The changes in the Devil Sky immortal realms won't last for too long. By the time it's over, Bai Tian Devil Lord should have arrived. We have to leave before he arrives, or it'll be too late." Ning Qi nodded. Next, Ning Qi personally opened a live broadcast room and announced to the immortals that the heaven-destroying demon lord had arrived. The changes in the demonic sky immortal realm and Ning Qi's words forced everyone to believe it. All the immortals hurriedly packed up all the resources they could find and prepared to leave the immortal realm for now. Although he was reluctant to do so, he had no other choice. Where there's life, there's hope. On the ancestral star, the Wind and Cloud sect, the Mystic Sun sect, the Mountain Destruction sect, and the other patriarchs brought all their resources and disciples to the Mystic Sword sect. The Yuqing sect was also one of them. Under Ning Qi's lead, the immortals headed towards the central continent. As for the immortals from the other immortal domains, they had more choices. The ghost domain was endless. As long as they left the immortal domain, they would be in the ghost domain. Time gradually passed. The spiritual herbs, materials, resources, and mortals of the immortal realm were all brought away from the immortal realm like ants moving houses. The planets that were originally full of vitality gradually became deathly still, and the spiritual qi on the planets also retreated and diminished. This was because, as the immortals left, the luck bestowed by the heavenly Tao was also withdrawn until it disappeared. Half a year later, the demonic sky immortal realm, the entire immortal realm, was empty. All the planets had been absorbed by the vortex in the sky. The size of the vortex had reached a terrifying size. Hee, even the heavens are on my side. A terrifying laughter suddenly came from the vortex. It echoed across the entire demonic sky immortal realm and even spread to the nearby immortal realms. Following that, a leg reached out from the vortex. The size of this leg was comparable to a planet. A few breaths later, an enormous figure broke free from the vortex. Countless black dots passed through the vortex and descended upon the demonic sky immortal realm. These black dots were all demons with cultivation bases of Immortal Lord, Emperor Realm, and even Ancient Transformation Realm. However, compared to the figure, the difference between them was like the difference between an ant and an ocean. Children, we have returned to the immortal realm today to wash away the humiliation we suffered and avenge the demon ancestor. Most importantly, we must find the demon ancestor's heart, left behind by the demon ancestor. Do you understand? The enormous figure grinned. Yes. Countless demons roared in unison with their blood boiling. Then, follow me to conquer the immortal realm. The heaven-defeating demon Lord threw his head back and laughed. Half a year later, the heaven-defeating demon Lord appeared on a planet. This was the 56,375th planet that he had found after half a year. His body had returned to the size of a normal person. Dressed in a white robe, he looked like a handsome young master among the humans. However, his expression was extremely dark and unsightly. Damn it! Where did all the immortals go? The heaven-defeating demon Lord cursed in his heart. This time he actually didn't see a single immortal in the immortal realm. Not only that, but the cultivation resources on all the major planets had all disappeared. Not even mortals could be seen. For the bloodthirsty demons, this completely lost the joy of slaughter. The heaven-defeating demon lord felt a sense of defeat, as if he had prepared for a long time and punched out, only to find that the target had disappeared. This feeling made his heart feel depressed, and he wanted to vomit blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One demon master after another appeared in front of the heaven-defeating demon lord. As soon as they appeared, they immediately knelt on the ground. Reporting to the heaven-defeating demon lord, "We have searched all the major immortal realms and found nothing. There is only one place that we can confirm, so we can only ask the demon lord to personally go there." "What place?" "A cave." "You're here." Old Lord Taishang looked at the entrance of the cave with a smile. The heaven-defeating demon lord, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked in. When he saw old Lord Taishang's face, he was slightly startled. His figure suddenly moved, and he turned and ran. He only reacted after he ran out of the cave. Chapter 3274. Heaven-destroying demon lord. Now that the celestial world is in your hands and you've achieved your goal, why do you have to complicate things? Old Lord Taishang said calmly, "You know the answer." Anger flashed in heaven-destroying demon lord's eyes. What was the point of leaving an empty celestial world? He was clearly toying with him. "I really don't understand." Old Lord Taishang smiled. "I'll kill you." Heaven-destroying demon lord roared and punched at old Lord Taishang. A layer of mysterious runes appeared on the chains on old Lord Taishang's body. These runes revolved around old Lord Taishang like a turtle shell. Heaven-destroying demon lord's fist was repelled when it landed on the runes. "This is..." Heaven-destroying demon lord's eyes flashed with anger and shock. "Jiang Tianshu set this up. I can't get out, but others can't kill me either. Maybe he doesn't want me to die too early." Old Lord Taishang smiled. "If you don't want to sit down and discuss Tao, I think you should go ahead. Jiang Tianshu, he's in the celestial world now." Heaven-destroying demon lord stared at old Lord Taishang suspiciously. During the first great war of immortals and demons, although he was also in existence at the great completion of the Tao Querying realm, he could only be ranked at the bottom of the list of immortals and demons. There were countless experts stronger than him in the immortal world. Even Zhu Ganglai could easily defeat him. Jiang Tianshu, on the other hand, was a fourth-step existence at that time. He had joined forces with divine Emperor Beixian to kill the demon lord. Although the sky-destroying demon lord felt that he was already very powerful, he was still very nervous about fighting Jiang Tianshu. "Guess," old Lord Taishang said mischievously. "Humph, you celestial race should be hiding in the ghost realm, right? I'll send countless demonic soldiers to kill you one by one until there are no more celestial race in this world." Heaven-destroying demon lord sneered and left. After he left the cave, his eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of disappointment. He had rushed to the celestial world in high spirits this time, but in the end, he was treated so coldly. The other party didn't even put up any resistance and just ran away, leaving behind an empty celestial world, and he had to worry about it at all times. He wondered if Jiang Tianshu would descend from the divine Luo world one day. If the heaven-destroying demon lord's current feelings were known by the fleeing celestials, they would definitely be very gratified. Central continent. Most of the sects in the ancestral star had migrated over with Ning Qi and the others. However, compared to the ancestral star, the central continent was like a level 0 planet. It was not even a level 1 planet. The world energy there was extremely sparse, and its territory was not as vast as the ancestral star. With Ning Qi personally distributing the cultivation grounds of the various sects, some of the cultivators in the central continent who did not know what was going on quickly realized that there were suddenly many mysterious sects in the central continent. Some masters of creation went to test the waters, but they ended up getting lost in some kind of a ray formation and were trapped. Only after several days did he manage to escape. On the side of the Shenzhen sect, Ningqi directly bestowed them the right to enter the Void Immortal Hall. Right now, the power composition of the Void Immortal Hall had become four. The first was naturally the War God Temple. The second was the Wang clan. The third type were the Blood Puppets. The fourth was the Xinjian sect, the old land of Qin and Tang. Ningqi brought Wang Muting, the Cold Sky Saint Concubine, Li Xian Xiaoyuer, Zuoling, Zhuoshi, Deguzi, and the others. That was the Champion Marquis's mansion back then, right? I remember. Wang Muting lifted the curtain and pointed to a building in the distance. Yes, but it's not the Champion Marquis's mansion now. It was later changed into a brothel by Ning Hongtian. Ningqi laughed. Ning Hongtian, a hint of thought flashed across Wang Muting's eyes, and then she nodded in realization. I remember him, a very annoying guy. After a pause, she looked in that direction a few more times. There seems to be someone kneeling there. Hearing this, a hint of a smile flashed across Ningqi's eyes. In the distance, a group of people knelt on the ground in incomparable humiliation. The passers-by who passed by them would take a few more glances. Some of them did not understand why this group of people were kneeling in front of the brothel, so they asked, "What's going on with those people? Why are they kneeling here? Could it be that they offended the backer behind this brothel? No, they offended the North Profound Immortal Emperor." Gasp! Many people sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Then they hurriedly asked about it. After receiving guidance from the others, they finally understood why Ning Hongtian, Nan Gongyu, Ninglong, and the others were kneeling there. I didn't expect this group of people to be heroes of the same era as the North Profound Immortal Emperor. What a pity! Ning Hongtian's face was expressionless, and his body was like a rock. However, if one looked closely, one could see a trace of hatred and unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. Nan Gongyu, Ari's expression and appearance were completely different. She seemed to have gone crazy, and there was a silly smile on her face. Ninglong and the former subordinates of the three of them looked very tired. They had been kneeling for a very long time, and they were very tired. I didn't expect the North Profound Immortal Emperor to be so cruel. Even if they offended him, he could have just killed them. Why did he have to humiliate them like this? A clear voice was heard. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. They saw a handsome young man in a white robe looking at Ning Hongtian and the others with a hint of pity in his eyes. That's right. Many people around the handsome young man nodded in agreement. It's the Sky Prides of the Compassionate Bodhisattva sect. I heard that the Sky Prides of the Compassionate Bodhisattva sect are all kind-hearted. They have done a lot of good deeds in the past few years. Everyone whispered to each other, and there was a hint of envy and respect in their eyes as they looked at the handsome young man. Eldest senior brother, why don't we ask the Grandmaster to help us break the restrictive spell that the North Profound Immortal Emperor set up? An innocent-looking girl said. The Grandmaster is currently in seclusion. When he comes out, I'll ask for the Grandmaster's permission. The handsome young man smiled. In the carriage, Ningqi and the others looked at the handsome young man as if they were looking at a retard when they heard this. As the coachman, Deguzi was about to speak, but he heard a rash young man say, "Although the compassionate Bodhisattva sect is powerful, how can you compare to the North Profound Immortal Emperor? He must have his reasons for setting up such a restrictive spell. You want to break his restrictive spell? That's no different from a fool. Dream on. Who are you?" Chapter 3275. As soon as the handsome young man finished speaking, he gently raised his hand. A pure and holy aura immediately rose from his body. Then, a pale white ball of light condensed in his palm. Even the weakest of cultivators could sense the terrifying aura contained within this ball of light. Killing people because of a disagreement. Kill who? This is the compassionate boat sex cleansing technique. It can cleanse a person's soul. Now, many people are going to the Compassionate Boat sect to ask the old immortals to use the cleansing technique so that they can be at peace. I see. Many people had a look of realization on their faces. However, there were still some cultivators who did not know much about the Compassionate Boat sect. Cleansing technique? In the carriage, Ning Chi's eyes showed a hint of mockery. This technique was not even an immortal technique, but in his eyes it was as easy as a first-year exam paper. He could easily see the principle and effect of the technique. This was a technique that could affect one's mind. However, with the strength of this handsome young man's attack, it was no longer as simple as affecting one's mind. It was likely that he would directly erase that rash young man's mind. To put it simply, he would become an idiot. Deguzi, Ning Chi said calmly. Deguzi, who was acting as the carriage driver, smiled. With a thought, the white ball of light in the handsome young man's hand flew out. However, it did not fly toward the silly young man. Instead, it fell into Deguzi's hand. Everyone was slightly shocked and quickly looked at Deguzi. They saw the ball of light lying quietly in Deguzi's palm. It did not move at all. Then, with a bang, it disappeared. The handsome young man was stunned. He looked at Deguzi with a hint of seriousness. His junior brother and junior sister also reacted and looked at Deguzi cautiously. Their senior brother was the youngest Transcendence Realm cultivator in the Compassionate Boat sect. Even many elders in the sect were not his match. However, the other party had easily interrupted their senior brother's purification spell. Well, it couldn't be considered as interrupting. Instead, he had used some unknown method to grab their senior brother's purification spell. This was something they had never seen before. Who are you? Why did you interrupt me from purifying this young man's soul? The handsome young man suddenly smiled and gracefully bowed towards Deguzi, but his gaze fell on the carriage. Little you. I happened to lift the curtain. When the handsome young man saw little you, his pupils shrank unnoticeably. Your spell isn't good. If you hit that little brother, it might destroy his mind and turn him into a fool who only knows how to smile like a fool. Deguzi smiled. How could the Compassionate Sailing sect be so cruel? The young man who looked like a fool immediately reacted. He felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Did I almost become an idiot after being purified by the Compassionate Sailing sect? Sir, please don't slander my kind boathouse sect. The handsome young man's expression changed. You said that his soul is tainted. I have a way to test it. Ning Chi smiled and walked down from the carriage. Little you, and Zhuo Ling also helped Wang muting down from the carriage. Hiss! How can there be such a beautiful woman? Did she come from the sky? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes moved between little you, and Zhuo Ling, unable to stop. Ning Hongtian and the others happened to be able to see where Ning Chi and the others were standing. When they heard the unforgettable voice, they all subconsciously looked over. It's him. Ning Hongtian's pale face instantly turned red. It was the reverse flow of his qi and blood caused by extreme anger. Ning Long also looked at Ning Chi with an extremely resentful gaze. Nan Gongyu had already gone crazy. When she saw Ning Chi, she only knew how to smile like a fool. But when she saw Wang muting, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Ning Hongtian's attention quickly shifted from Ning Chi to Wang muting. He was stunned at first, and then a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. But then Ning Hongtian's body shook, and he looked at Wang muting in disbelief. The expression on his face gradually became extremely ugly, and his eyes revealed there was a hint of humiliation in his eyes. Why is she still alive? How can I see her with this face? When Ning Hongtian thought of his current humiliating position, kneeling in front of the brothel, but he was about to see the woman he wanted but couldn't get, his heart felt like it was about to explode. Puff! Ning Hongtian spat out a mouthful of blood. No one noticed this scene. Their attention was focused on little Yu, and Zwilling, including the handsome young man, eldest senior brother, a female disciple of the compassionate sailing sect, was the first to react. She shouted with an ugly look on her face. The handsome young man smiled. His gaze fell on Ning Qi, and a hint of well-concealed jealousy flashed in his eyes. You just said that you have a way to test the filth in this young man's soul? What method do you use to test him? Ning Qi smiled. I heard a rumor. As long as there is a person with a filth in his soul, if he gently patted the shoulder of the person kneeling in front of him, he will kneel here with him until he dies. Even his bones will have to kneel here. Oh, just like the people behind him. A few of Ning Hongtian's subordinates had been dead for many years. Their corpses had already turned into bones, but they still maintained their kneeling posture. No matter what happened, they would not disperse. Is that so? How do you know? Do you know the North Xian Celestial Emperor? The handsome young man's lips curled into a faint smile. There was a hint of mockery in his smile. After a pause, he looked at the rash young man. Young man, do you believe what he said? Rumor has it that whoever touches them must kneel. This is the curse of the North Xian Celestial Emperor. There is no way to break it. It has nothing to do with the filth in his soul, someone said in a whisper. A hint of hesitation appeared on the young man's face. At this moment, he happened to meet Ning Qi's eyes. He was suddenly startled and inexplicably gained a trace of courage. He walked directly in front of Ning Hongtian. Why is he spitting blood? Finally, someone noticed the blood at the corner of Ning Hongtian's mouth. As the young man moved, everyone's attention fell on Ning Hongtian and the young man again. Ning Qi also walked in front of Ning Hongtian and the others with Wang Muting and the others. Ning Hongtian's eyes flickered. Finally, he could not help but look at Wang Muting. However, he saw Wang Muting looking down at him with a trace of pity in her eyes. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Sir, I believe what you said. I also believe that the North Xian Celestial Emperor will not harm innocent people. As the young man spoke, he directly placed his palm on Ning Hongtian's shoulder. Everyone thought that he would end up like those who did not believe in the curse. In the end, they saw that the young man was still standing, unharmed. Chapter 3276. Among the people kneeling behind Ning Hongtian, there were quite a few who didn't believe in the evil and touched Ning Hongtian and the others without permission. That was why they knelt here together. However, nothing happened to the young man at all. Could it be that, as the saying goes, a person with a clean mind wouldn't be cursed? Everyone's expression gradually became strange. He has already tried. Obviously, his heart isn't dirty, but I feel that your heart is dirty. Why don't you give it a try? Ning Qi smiled at the handsome young man. He's lying. Ning Hongtian roared in his heart, but he couldn't open his mouth. He could only see what was going on here with the corner of his eyes. The handsome young man didn't see the hint in his eyes. Instead, he slowly walked to Ning Hongtian's side because the passers-by's gazes became strange and suspicious. Eldest senior brother? His junior brothers and junior sisters were somewhat bewildered, and there was even some worry in their expressions. Of course, my heart is clean. The handsome young man suddenly smiled and patted Ning Hongtian's shoulder confidently. In a short time, he had a guess in his heart. The trick left by the North Mystic Celestial Emperor was useless. No matter how strong a person was, his trick would gradually weaken as time passed. Even if Ning Hongtian and the others couldn't break free from the restrictive spell, the people who came later might not be cursed too. He didn't know how Ning Qi saw through this. But did he want to use this method to make him run away like a coward? Absolutely not. The corner of the handsome young man's mouth curled up into a faint smile as he glanced at little Yu Er. Slap. His palm had already landed on Ning Hongtian's shoulder. Then the handsome young man's expression gradually became unnatural. He slowly turned around and faced the brothel in front of him. His legs couldn't help but bend. What am I doing? Why can't I control my body? A look of horror gradually appeared in the handsome young man's eyes. He was like a bystander, watching his body slowly kneel down under the control of some unknown force. Thump! The handsome young man completed all the movements and knelt beside Ning Hongtian without hesitation. Seeing this, everyone confirmed what Ning Qi had said before. After that, they felt a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not touch Ning Hongtian and the others without permission. Otherwise, they would definitely kneel here together. In this day and age, who didn't have some dark thoughts? Ha ha ha! Your own heart is filled with filth, yet you still dare to frame me. You really brought this upon yourself. Young master, thank you for speaking up for justice and making this person reveal his viciousness. The young man first mocked the handsome young man, then looked at Ning Qi and bowed deeply. There was a hint of gratitude in his voice. The rest of the compassionate sailing sect's disciples finally reacted. They stared at the handsome young man in shock. Eldest senior brother, quickly stand up. It's over. Could it be that eldest senior brother is going to kneel here until he dies like these people? Inform the old ancestor. Only the old ancestor can save eldest senior brother. Very soon, a few compassionate voyage sect disciples instantly soared into the sky and left the place. The rest of the people suddenly surrounded Ning Qi and the others. The female disciple of the compassionate sailing sect, who had the cultivation of the eternal life realm, stared at Ning Qi with resentment. You can't leave. If it weren't for you, my eldest senior brother wouldn't have been cursed by the North Mystery Immortal Emperor. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will ask the old ancestor. Purify. It seems like your compassionate sailing sect has become a malignant tumor in this place. Fine, we'll wait for your ancestor here. Ning Qi said lightly. At that moment, although the handsome young man could hear the movements around him clearly and could see Ning Qi and the others out of the corner of his eye, his body could not move. No matter how his transcendence, realm, cultivation revolved in his body, he could not break through that mysterious sealing power. Damn it! The handsome young man's face turned red when he thought about how he had to kneel in such a humiliating manner in front of Little Yue and Zueling, the compassionate sailing sect. This was a mysterious sect that had quietly emerged in recent years. However, the old ancestor of the compassionate sailing sect, Perfected Yen, was extremely powerful. In a short period of time, he had recruited and trained a group of extremely powerful disciples. Even though the change in the immortal prison allowed me to regain my senses and escape, the path I'm taking now is completely different from before. A middle-aged man dressed in a Taoist robe was sitting at the center of the compassionate voyage sect leader's hall. He was 3 meters tall, and he looked like a small giant. His muscles were bulging, and they looked as if they were made of steel. There was a cold aura emanating from his body as he muttered to himself, "Out." However, the middle-aged man clenched his fist slightly, and his eyes flashed brightly. My current strength is much stronger than before. Not only have I truly stepped into the second step, but I've also become an earth immortal and reached the earth demon realm. I'm not far from becoming a heavenly demon. Master and Ning Beixian, it's all thanks to you that I have this opportunity today. The middle-aged man smiled. In his opinion, Ning Qi and Little Six Strength were at most on par with his current strength. There was a high possibility that they were only at the human immortal realm. They were no match for him at all. Old ancestor. Suddenly a voice came from outside. The 3 great elders of the compassionate sailing sect stood at the door. Each of them was at least an 8 tribulation creator. Any one of them could easily establish a sect in the central mainland, let alone a secluded place like this. What's the matter? Perfected Yen asked calmly. The 3-8 tribulation creator outside seemed to know that there was some kind of danger in the hall, so they did not dare to step in. They could only say in a low voice, "Our supreme disciple, Lu Feng, was cursed by the North Xian celestial emperor at the former site of the Qin and Tang dynasties. Oh! Perfected Yen immediately withdrew his demonic qi and walked out of the hall. He looked at the three of them coldly. When did this happen? It just happened. I'll go there myself. Perfected Yen sneered and looked into the distance. He had purposely chosen this place to build the compassionate sailing sect so that he could wait for the return of that person. As long as it was related to that person, he would investigate it personally, no matter how small the clues were. Not long after, Perfected Yen brought most of the combat power of the compassionate sailing sect to the former site of the Qin and Tang dynasties. When the crowd below saw a cloud in the sky with a group of people standing on it, their expressions changed and they were shocked. Old Ancestor is here. Lu Feng's junior brothers and junior sisters revealed pleasantly surprised expressions when they saw this, and they hurriedly bowed. Chapter 3277. Patriarch. Eldest senior brother was framed by this person and has been cursed by the North Xian celestial lord. The disciples of the compassionate sailing sect pointed at Ning Qi and shouted, "Got it." Venerable Yen nodded with a smile. That's the patriarch of the compassionate sailing sect, Venerable Yen. His cultivation base is really strong. Even I can't see through his cultivation base. Not far away, a few masters of creation stood together and looked at Jinren Yen. One of them transmitted a message in shock. Brother Long, you are a 9 tribulation master of creation and can almost become a Yuan venerate. How can you not see through Venerable Yan's cultivation base? Could he have reached the second step like the North Xian celestial lord did? The others sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. That's possible. The 9 tribulation master of creation, who was addressed as Brother Long, nodded. Then this group of people will be in danger. The few of them looked at Ning Qi and the others with pity in their eyes. At the same time, thousands of thoughts flashed through Ning Qi's mind. Finally, he locked onto a clue. He took a serious look at Sage Yen and could not help but laugh out loud. Aren't you afraid of me? Why are you laughing? Venerable Yen smiled faintly and let everyone to land on the ground. When the passers-by saw this, they made way for them. Why should I be afraid of you? Ning Qi smiled. I'm afraid this person has an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? However, apart from the North Xian celestial lord, who else in this world can compete with a second step cultivator? Brother Long said to himself, How dare you? Kneel and greet our patriarch. The compassionate sailing sect cultivator shouted angrily, He's just a loser. There's no need to greet him. Ning Qi chuckled. You know me. Venerable Yen was stunned, and his heart suddenly trembled. However, he immediately regained his confidence. I'm a second step cultivator now, and my cultivation level is 1 level higher than a human immortal's. I don't need to be afraid of him. Unfortunately, only he came back this time and Master is not here. Otherwise, there would be 2 of me in this world. What's going on? Does Venerable Yen really know this person? Could it be that Ancestor really knows this person? Not only were the Compassionate Voyage sect's disciples confused, but the passers-by nearby, including Brother Long and the other high-level creators, were also looking at Ning Qi in bewilderment. He's Ning Beixian. Ning Hongtian roared in his heart. However, he could only kneel there like a clown, unable to utter a single word. Dao Yen, I tossed you into the immortal prison back then, yet I never expected that you would be so tenacious. Not only have you survived until now, even your consciousness hasn't been destroyed. However, I'm very curious. How did you leave the immortal prison and return to this world? Ning Qi smiled and said, Dao Yen, immortal emperor? So it was him. Little you. Answelling. Er's eyes lit up. Wang Muting's body trembled, and she could not help but look at Jinren Yen a few more times. Before she was taken away by Jiangyu, She was originally a heaven's pride of the Wang clan of the Azure Dragon mainland. She had long heard of the supreme expert of the central mainland, Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, and had even seen him from afar. However, compared to Jinren Yan, who looked like a small giant, Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, looked much better. Now he looked like a bandit, and his entire body was emitting a vigorous aura. Deguzi's lips curled up slightly. He had already understood Jinren Yan's intention. Jinren Yan had escaped from the immortal prison and coincidentally established his sect at the former site of the Qin and Tang dynasties. Wasn't this Sima Zhao's intention obvious to everyone? It's a pity that there's a path of life and a path of death, and he chose the path of death. He's made 2 mistakes in his life, and it's hard to say if he doesn't die today. Deguzi chuckled in his heart, and the way he looked at Jinren Yan was already filled with mockery. Dao Yan? The rest of the people did not understand, but Brother Long and the other masters of creation were slightly stunned when they heard the 2 words. Some memories from a long time ago surfaced in their minds. That's impossible. It can't be him. He was killed by North Xian, Celestial Emperor. Wait, what did that guy say? He tossed Dao Yan into the immortal prison back then. Brother Long and the others were shocked, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Their gazes landed on Ning Qi, and they became cautious. Are you curious? Jinren Yan's lips curled up into a cold smile. Before he could speak, Ning Qi suddenly slapped his head. That's right. There's been a huge change in the demon race recently, and it seems like the immortal prison is also involved. If I'm not wrong, the immortal prison should have disappeared. The heaven-destroying demon lord had integrated the demon race's mainland into one, and he had achieved this through the secret connection of the mainland fragments. The immortal prison had probably become a corner of the demon race's mainland again, and Dao Yan must have found a loophole due to this change, which was why he was able to escape back to the central mainland. However, his identity as a demon could not be changed. How did he know? Jinren Yan was shocked, and he felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that the other party had been watching him from the beginning? Don't try to be mysterious. My current cultivation has already reached the 2nd step, and I'm much stronger than you at the human celestial stage. Ning Xian, you have nowhere to run today. After I kill you, the central mainland will still be my world. Jinren Yan sneered and said, Ning Xian? What a familiar name. Wait a minute. Everyone's eyes gradually surged with a trace of astonishment. At the same time, they finally recalled the meaning of the word Dao Yan. Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor. Before the North Mystic Celestial Emperor was born, he was the real ruler of the central mainland. Ancestor is Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor. Unbelievable. The cultivators of the Compassionate Sailing sect were overjoyed, but the joy on their faces gradually faded, and they looked at Ning Qi seriously. Lu Feng, who was kneeling beside Ning Hongtian, was filled with regret and resentment. He knew that he had been tricked by Ning Qi. Bullsh *T. Don't kneel if your heart is clean. 2nd step. Ning Qi laughed. Dao Yan, do you think that you're my opponent now that you're at the Earth Demon stage? If you want a 2nd step cultivator, I have many here. Deguzi, show him your cultivation. Yes. Deguzi, who was acting as the coachman, nodded and stood up slowly. His aura was rising continuously, and soon it surpassed the creation stage, then the human celestial stage, Earth celestial stage, Heaven celestial stage, Golden celestial stage, and finally Daluo golden celestial stage. However, the aura of a Daluo golden celestial was already very terrifying in this world, especially for an Earth demon stage cultivator like Dao Yan. When he was enveloped by Deguzi's aura, his body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 3278. What cultivation level is this? Ning Qi smiled. How about this? These 2 little sisters of mine have been with me since I was still the dragon Slayer Marquis. They have been cultivating for a few thousand years, right? Ning Qi emphasized the words, "a few thousand years." "If you can defeat one of them, I'll let you leave alive today." A trace of humiliation flashed in Dao Yan's eyes. A few thousand years. He had been cultivating for several eras. "Are you serious?" Dao Yan was silent for a while before he squeezed out these words. Back then, as the lord of the central mainland, he was so mighty that everyone worshipped him, but now, patriarch? The compassionate sailing sect cultivators' faces were ashen. A trace of despair appeared on Lu Feng's face. He thought that the patriarch would be able to break Ning Qi's restrictive spell and let him regain his freedom. But now, even the patriarch had to beg for a chance of survival. No matter what the outcome was, he would definitely have to kneel here until he died. Thinking of this, Lu Feng was completely disheartened. Of course, Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Let me do it." Zueling smiled and took a step forward. Everyone looked at Zueling, Er's beautiful and pure face, and found it hard to imagine that she was also a cultivator at the second step. How can I be qualified to admire such a woman? Many people felt ashamed and did not dare to have any profane thoughts toward the two women, as expected of the North mystic, celestial emperor. Even the people around him are so powerful. The North mystic celestial emperor must have been doing very well in the celestial world. Brother Long and the rest were secretly envious. Boom! When Zueling took a step forward, Dao Yan's body suddenly moved, and his physical body expanded again. Starting from his neck, tumors grew one after another. In the blink of an eye, when he was about to punch Zueling, he had already transformed into an ugly, 3 feet tall giant. Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, actually ended up like this. Wang Muting could not help but sigh softly. "Mother, he only has himself to blame." Ning Qi smiled. Wang Muting nodded. She had already heard the entire process of Ning Qi's rise in the central continent from the sacred concubine. Naturally, she knew what kind of role the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor played. When the cultivators of the compassionate sailing sect saw that Zueling was about to be hit by Dao Yan, they instantly became nervous. Could it be that Dao Yan was just bluffing? Time seemed to slow down. Dao Yan's movements gradually froze in midair. He maintained the posture of swinging his fist, but his body could not move at all. Zuelinger gently raised a hand, and a wave of black and white gas intersected, enveloping the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor, creating the illusion that time had stopped. Ning Qi looked at her in amusement. She was obviously imitating the scene when he used God's grace, but the similarity was only a little bit. "Why, I can't even defeat a servant girl by his side?" The Dao Yan Immortal Emperor's eyes were completely red, and he almost lost his mind under the combination of humiliation and humiliation. He was unable to understand why he, the son of Heaven's mandate, had fallen to such a state. The cultivators of the Compassionate Voyage sect stared at the scene with their mouths agape. The onlookers who had already retreated were also dumbfounded, and their respect for Zuelinger deepened. "Send him on his way." Ning Qi smiled. Zuelinger nodded, and with a thought, a terrifying power instantly exploded. The Dao Yan Immortal Emperor's physical body and divine soul were completely annihilated by this power. Even the almighties of the Shenlua world could not save him. Spare U.S., North Mystic Celestial Emperor. We didn't know that he was Dao Yan. Demon. The few masters of creation from the Compassionate Sailing sect suddenly knelt down. They were just itinerant cultivators recruited by Dao Yan, and they had no relationship with Dao Yan. Since Dao Yan was defeated, they naturally betrayed the Compassionate Sailing sect. "We were deceived by Demon Dao Yan. Please spare our lives, North Mystic Celestial Emperor, seeing that we haven't made a huge mistake yet." The few of them begged bitterly. Seeing this, the rest of the cultivators of the Compassionate Sailing sect looked at each other, and in the end, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. From now on, the Compassionate Sailing sect will no longer exist. Do you understand? Ningqi smiled. Yes, yes, we understand. The few masters of creation hurriedly nodded. Let's go. Ningqi smiled faintly and waved his hand. Thank you, North Mystic Celestial Emperor. The few of them felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They hastily bowed respectfully and turned around to leave. When the other cultivators from the Compassionate Voyage sect saw this, they also planned to leave with a few of them. However, Deguzi gently waved his sleeve, and a gust of celestial spiritual qi trapped the group of people, preventing them from moving. They can leave, but you guys are trained by Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor, so you don't have to leave. I'll send you down to accompany him, so that he won't be lonely on his journey. Ningqi smiled. Ah, North Mystic Celestial Emperor, spare us! Accompanied by a series of screams, except for the few masters of creation, almost all the people of the Compassionate Sailing sect were killed. Ningqi was not sure if anyone among them had obtained the true inheritance of Dao Yen, and if he wanted to take revenge in the future, it would be troublesome, so he directly killed them. Greetings, North Mystic Celestial Emperor. After being stunned for a few breaths, everyone knelt down. With Ningqi at the center, be it the cultivators or mortals from all directions, they all knelt together. Get up, all of you. Ningqi smiled gently. Thank you, North Mystic Celestial Emperor. As everyone stood up, they looked at Ningqi with excited eyes. They were able to see the legendary North Mystic Celestial Emperor with their own eyes in this lifetime, and even if they died in the future, they would have a story to tell about it for the future generations. Ningqi's gaze suddenly fell on Nan Gongyu. And when he saw her staring at Wang Muting without blinking, he moved his divine will slightly and removed the restriction on Nan Gongyu body. Who would have thought that when Nan Gongyu found that she could suddenly move her body, she would get up and slap Ning Hongtian. This slap made Ning Hongtian's face turn red, and he was shocked and angry at the same time. Ning Hongtian, I followed you for so many years, and what have I gotten? Today, when you saw this woman, you vomited blood, which means that you still can't let go of her. Fine, I'll embarrass you in front of her. Nan Gongyu's hair was disheveled, and she looked like a madwoman. She cursed and slapped Ning Hongtian. Slap, slap, slap. Ning Hongtian's face was like a rainbow, changing colors. He stared at Nan Gongyu, and suddenly he vomited a mouthful of blood. His head immediately lowered, and there was no longer any breath in his body. Dead? It's good that you're dead. It's good that you're dead. Nan Gongyu laughed wildly, and then, before anyone could react, she hit her own head with her palm and died. Her corpse fell on Ning Long's body. Ning Long stared blankly at this scene, and a trace of sorrow suddenly appeared in his eyes. Mother, let's go, Ningqi said lightly. Okay. Wang Muting seemed unwilling to watch this scene, and she got into the carriage. Chapter 3279. Ningqi stayed in the Void Immortal Temple to keep Sage Concubine Cold Sky and the others company. Occasionally he would instruct the disciples. With his help, the Void Immortal Temple's strength rapidly increased, and it was easy to give people the illusion that they were at ease. In fact, as long as the immortal world fell into the hands of the demons, even though it was almost an empty shell, no immortal dared to take it lightly, fearing that the demons would find this place. They even hoped that one day they could fight their way back to the immortal world. On a certain day, a voice suddenly resounded through the world. The 6 paths of reincarnation have a beginning and end. Underworld reopens. Worship from all directions. Accompanied by this voice, a mysterious aura spread through the world. Inside Hollow Immortal Hall, Ningqi looked at the green-robed old man and Elder Yuqing. Qin Qingguang's underworld reopened. Yes, the green-robed old man nodded respectfully. With the eternal fire that Master gave him, reopening the underworld is only a matter of time. After today, he will step into Dao, querying great completion. Underworld reopened, Dao querying great completion. Underworld is his immortal palace? Ning Qi was a little surprised. Yes, the green-robed old man nodded. Will such a commotion attract the demon's attention? Ning Qi smiled. If the underworld was destroyed by Sky Demon Lord again on the day of reopening, King Qingguang would probably vomit blood and die. Sky Demon Lord won't be able to find him. In fact, King Qingguang's existence is very special. Dating back to the time when the world was created, the green-robed old man considered his words, then said carefully, even at Master's Peak, he couldn't see through King Qingguang's origin. He is neither human nor immortal, nor is he the spirit of a secret realm. No wonder his immortal palace is so special, being able to control the 6 paths of reincarnation. Ning Qi nodded, not very surprised about this. In the future, when immortals die, even if their souls are destroyed, a trace of spirituality will enter the underworld and reincarnate. For the situation in the immortal world, this is a great thing. Elder Yu Qing said with some emotion. At the same time, the living beings of all realms also heard the voice of King Qingguang reopening the underworld at the same time. Although there were legends of the underworld among the mortals, they had never been able to confirm whether the underworld really existed for many years. They had never seen the black and white impermanence soul search. In fact, the legends of hell had long since ceased to exist. After today, these legends would continue. Immortal world. The heaven-destroying devil Lord sat in the newly constructed devil Lord Main Hall. The main hall was tens of thousands of feet tall and stood in the void of the universe. It was shrouded in black fog. The reopening of the underworld. That bastard King Qingguang really didn't die. A trace of seriousness flashed in heaven, destroying demon Lord's eyes. There were a few other demon masters sitting in the palace. They were only a few levels weaker than the heaven-destroying demon master in the past, but now they were an entire realm apart from the heaven-destroying demon master. Thus, they appeared to be very respectful. Instead of defeating the heavenly demon lord, why don't we find the underworld and destroy it? A demon master said, the underworld, even the demon ancestor couldn't find the underworld back then. With just the few of you? The heaven-destroying demon lord looked at the crowd with slight mockery. Then he said indifferently, don't worry about the underworld. The yin and yang realms have nothing to do with each other. Go to the various ghost realms and find those immortals who are hiding. Yes, Void Immortal Hall. Not long after the underworld reopened, the little fellow in Saint Concubine Cold Sky's belly started to move. Everyone gathered outside a room, looking nervous and excited. Last time when little Haotian was born, Ning Qi wasn't by his side, so he felt a trace of guilt. This time, he could finally see the birth of his child with his own eyes. That kind of excitement was self-evident, but at the same time, Ning Qi also felt that it was a bit of a coincidence. Why didn't the little fellow move for so many years? But after the underworld reopened, it moved. Was it because the 6 paths of reincarnation was reactivated? Someone reincarnated into the little fellow's body? Thinking of this, Ning Qi's expression became a bit more serious. Seeing this, little Yu, Anzueling, comforted him. Young master, Madam is a virtuous person. Heaven will help her. She will be fine. They thought Ning Qi was worried about Saint Concubine Cold Sky's delivery. As soon as the 2 women finished speaking, a loud cry came from inside the room. Ning Qi went in first, but the others were still waiting at the door. Inside the room, Saint Concubine Cold Sky leaned on the bed with a pale face, but in her arms was a white and chubby baby. Li Xian saw Ning Qi and smiled. Everything is fine, and the child is also very healthy. He was born a human immortal. No wonder he stayed in Big Sister's belly for so long. Ning Qi quickly walked to the bedside and took the child from the hands of the Saint Concubine. The crying child suddenly quieted down as soon as he was in his arms. His bright eyes looked up and down at Ning Qi. Beishian, I've already decided. He will be called Ning Ru Lai from now on. Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled. Tathagata? Ning Chi asked curiously. Why did you suddenly think of this name? I don't know why, but I always have a strange dream when I sleep, but when I wake up, I don't remember it at all. I only remember that I will not let Tathagata down. Not let you down. Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled. Ning Chi thought for a while, looked at his child, and suddenly smiled. Okay, then he will be called Ning Ru Lai. The next day, just as Hollow Immortal Hall was celebrating the birth of Ning Ru Lai, a Wang family disciple sent news that in the central continent there was a monk looking for someone. The name of the person he was looking for was similar to Ning Ru Lai. This made him suspicious, so he immediately reported it. Ning Chi heard this and immediately left Hollow Immortal Hall. Without any effort, he found the white-robed monk walking barefoot on the mountain path. He looked extremely young. Benefactor Ning, I am Burning Lamp. Greetings. Burning Lamp saw Ning Chi and put his palms together and bowed. You know me. Ning Chi smiled. Before Benefactor Ning reincarnated, I met Benefactor Ning a few times. Burning Lamp smiled. Ning Chi already guessed that this person was probably a very old figure among the ancient immortals. Otherwise, how could he have met him a few times in his previous life? Burning Lamp, Ning Chi, who didn't know much about Buddhism, also had some memories in his mind. Are you the ancient Dipankara Buddha of Spiritual Mountain? Ning Chi said with a solemn expression. Spiritual Mountain has been destroyed, and there is no ancient Dipankara Buddha anymore. I am just Burning Lamp. Burning Lamp smiled. I heard that you are looking for Tathagata here. As far as I know, Tathagata is already dead. Jiang Tianshu killed him personally. Ning Chi said, the 6 paths of reincarnation have a beginning and end. Tathagata is here. Burning Lamp smiled. Chapter 3280. Ning Chi sat at the head of the void immortal hall while the green-robed old man and Burning Lamp sat on both sides. The two of them were facing each other and greeted each other. Obviously, they already knew each other. I thought you also entered the reincarnation of the myriad worlds. I didn't expect you to maintain your Buddha body. The green-robed old man looked at Burning Lamp with a strange expression. That was because Burning Lamp's current cultivation was the same as before, unlike the other ancient immortals and Buddhas who were dead or reincarnated. Their cultivation was less than 10%. This is my 9th life in the reincarnation of the myriad worlds. Burning Lamp smiled slightly. What, the 9th life? How did you preserve your memory? The green-robed old man was a little shocked. The reincarnation of the myriad worlds was at least 1 level higher than the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if a 4th step existence fell into it, his soul would be cleansed and he would be reincarnated again. It was extremely difficult to recover his memory. If Burning Lamp wasn't lying and bragging, had he really reincarnated 9 times in the reincarnation of the myriad worlds, even the memory of each life could be preserved? Burning Lamp smiled but didn't say anything. He paused and said with a smile, I've been seeking karma for these 9 lives, but I couldn't find it. Perhaps the reappearance of the Spirit Mountain is my karma. The reappearance of the Spirit Mountain? Isn't that person already? The green-robed old man's words stopped abruptly. At this time, Sacred Concubine Cold Sky had already walked into the hall with Ning Rulai in her arms. The expression on the green-robed old man's face kept changing. Finally, he looked at Ning Chi with a hint of admiration in his eyes. So Master had already prepared everything. It's just that Rulai was killed by Jiang Tianshu, and a trace of spirituality fell into the reincarnation of the myriad worlds. How did Master affect the operation of the reincarnation of the myriad worlds and let Rulai reincarnate here accurately? Father! It was only the 2nd day, but Ning Rulai could already shout a few simple words clearly. He opened his arms and wanted Ning Chi to hug him. Ning Chi smiled and walked over. He took Ning Rilai from sacred concubine Cold Sky's arms and teased him a few times before looking at Burning Lamp. "Is the person you're looking for my son?" Burning Lamp's face showed a trace of solemnity. He got up and walked slowly to Ning Rilai. He suddenly put his palms together and said the name of Buddha. Then he looked at Ning Chi. "Benefactor Ning, I want to take him as my disciple. Is that possible? Let little Rilai become a monk." When Saint Concubine Cold Sky heard this, she immediately took Ning Rilai from Ning Chi's arms and looked at Randang monk with great vigilance. "No, he is of the Ning family's bloodline. He can't be a monk." Saint Consort Cold Sky shook her head, her voice growing colder. "My wife's wish is my wish. Regardless of how he was in his previous life, I will not let him become a monk in this life." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Saint Consort Cold Sky heaved a sigh of relief. Dipankara was slightly stunned and then looked at Ning Chi. He saw the hell-suppressing fairy palace looming behind Ning Chi. He immediately said the name of Buddha and said with a wry smile, "Benefactor Ning, why don't I teach him the Dharma cultivation first? When he gets married and has children in the future, I will teach him the true meaning." "Beixian, how strong is this monk?" The saint concubine's eyes flickered as she transmitted her voice to Ning Chi. "He's very strong. He's an ancient Buddha. He's already broken through the gate of the locked palace and saw the immortal palace. Oh, he's reincarnated 9 times, and every time he seems to be able to reach this step." Ning Chi transmitted his voice. Saint Consort Cold Sky's eyes lit up. Although she felt that it was enough for Ning Chi to teach Ning Rilai, it was naturally a good thing for him to have another method. "If that's the case, it's fine. But we have to ask his grandmother first." Saint Consort Cold Sky smiled and nodded. A few days later, Dipankara stayed in Hollow Immortal Hall. Ning Rilai would spend 2 hours a day listening to sutras and preaching, but the rest of the time, Ning Chi would personally teach him. 1 year later, a jade scroll was sent into Hollow Immortal Hall by some unknown means. "This jade slip appeared without a sound," said Yi Futian. The green-robed elder's expression was solemn. Ning Chi looked at Dipankara. "Master Dipankara, did you notice?" "I didn't notice anything." Dipankara shook his head. Ning Chi looked at the jade scroll floating in the air calmly, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. The other party could send the jade scroll into Hollow Immortal Hall. Such a method was already somewhat terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that even Dipankara, an ancient Buddha of 9 lives and a Tao querying grand completion existence, did not notice it. "Why don't you open it and take a look? This poor monk feels that this jade scroll has no ill intentions." Dipankara smiled. Ning Chi's heart moved, and the jade scroll immediately opened. A phantom appeared from the jade slip. He first cupped his hands to the green-robed old man and Dipankara monk, then looked at Ning Chi and said with a smile, "Brother Ning, I encountered some trouble in the ancestors' land." "Brother Ji?" Ning Chi was a little surprised. That shadow was Ji Fei, the sect master of Yi Xian sect. He did not expect that this jade scroll would be sent in by Ji Fei. But after hearing Ji Fei's words, Ning Chi's eyes suddenly became extremely solemn. Ancestral land, not the ancestral planet, that represented only one place. "Brother Ji, what trouble did you run into? Ancestral land, what happened?" Ning Chi said with a solemn expression. Suddenly, a black palm descended from the sky, grabbed Ji Fei's shadow and squeezed it hard. Ji Fei's shadow suddenly burst like a bubble. The expressions of Ning Chi, the green-robed old man, and the Randang monk became solemn. That black palm did not come from the Hollow Immortal Temple, but from the scene in the Jade Scroll, which meant that Ji Fei might have been captured by some existence in the ancestral land. "This person has the aura of the Old Lord. I'm afraid it's the Old Lord's 3 Pure Ones technique," Dipankara suddenly said. The green-robed elder nodded slightly. He is indeed one of the Old Lord's incarnations. Incarnation of the Old Lord? Ningqi finally understood why the Old Lord was so calm. Although he had been suppressed in the Langya immortal domain all these years, he had an incarnation walking in the immortal realm, which was equivalent to freedom. At the same time, Ningqi finally understood why Ji Fei, who was only a celestial immortal, could predict that White Emperor and Mo Xie would one day become immortal lords. Perhaps even the time reversal in the ancestral planet was a trick set up by him, Ningqi thought to himself. Master, Dipankara, Qingfeng, I'll leave the hollow immortal temple to you two for now. Ningqi suddenly said, Master, are you going to the ancestral land? Why don't I go with you? A hint of worry flashed in the green-robed elder's eyes. Although the cultivation of the Old Lord's incarnation was not strong, it carried the Old Lord's Tao of divination and would not be suppressed so easily. Since it had asked Ningqi for help, it was likely that the owner of that black palm had an extraordinary background. I'll go alone. Ningqi smiled. After leaving the hollow immortal temple, Ningqi went to find the sacred concubine. I'm going to Earth. Ningqi smiled. Chapter 3281. With Dipankara around, Ningqi was not worried about the safety of the void immortal temple. If the heaven-defeating demon lord did not have any special means, he would not be able to find this place. Most importantly, the heaven-defeating demon lord probably did not know about the void immortal temple. The probability of him finding the central mainland from the vast ghost realm was too low. Several months later, Ningqi returned to the celestial world, but this time he used the form of a demon, which was not eye-catching at all. He encountered many demons along the way, but no one asked him which tribe he was from. After all, the whirlpool in the Devil's Sky immortal realm was so big that any demon could descend at will. After staying in the celestial world for a few months, Ningqi left the celestial world again through various teleportation arrays and arrived at another ghost realm. From there, he would be able to reach Earth directly. Nuwa, how much longer will it take to reach Earth? Inside the Nuwa, Ningqi sat in the cockpit and looked at the boundless universe outside. A hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. He wondered if an individual could reach the level of a universe when he cultivated to the extreme. Ningqi suspected that even a fifth-step cultivator, who was stronger than a fourth-step cultivator, might not be able to control a universe. A third-step cultivator like Ningqi could not even match the speed of the Nuwa spaceship when traveling in the universe. A random jump from the Nuwa spaceship was equivalent to traveling across half a galaxy. If there are no accidents along the way, we will reach Earth in half a year. Nuwa appeared next to Ningqi, and a set of data flashed in her eyes. Half a year. He wondered if Ji Fei could make it. Ningqi moved his spiritual force slightly and looked through the window of the cockpit in surprise. He saw a planet not far away, which seemed to be filled with demon qi. The demons have fought their way here? Ningqi's eyes became solemn. Was it a coincidence? Or did the demons also know about the ancestral land? If the demons found Earth, it would probably be a catastrophe for Earth. Ningqi changed into his demon form again, put away Nuwa, and hurried across the starry sky toward that planet. At that moment, a life and death battle was taking place on that planet. Husband, don't worry about us. Given your strength, you can definitely break out. Take revenge for us in the future. The woman held a child in her arms as she advised a resolute young man beside her. In the sky, there were demonic humans everywhere. They were engaged in a life and death battle with the human immortal cultivators. No, the young man waved his hand. If we're going to die, we'll die here together. With that, he leaped into the air and killed a few demons who were surrounding him. In this battle, the young man's role seemed to be insignificant cannon fodder. There were stronger earth demons in the sky, and even heavenly demons were fighting with immortals of the same level. I thought I could find a moment of peace here, but I never expected that the celestial dimension would have already fallen into the hands of the devil race, and the flames of war have even spread to this place." Wu Yin's expression was ashen. He killed the murderous demon while protecting his wife and daughter. "You immortals, stop resisting. Even the vast immortal world has fallen into the hands of the demon clan. Do you still think you have a way out? Surrender, and I'll let you die quickly." A heavenly demon laughed. The demonic aura in his body swept out, instantly killing a large number of human immortals. However, he did not stop. The demonic aura continued to spread out in all directions like waves. As long as the immortals with lower cultivation than him touched the demonic aura, they would be demonized. The demonized immortals turned into demonic creatures and rejoined the battle. If this continued, the immortals would not have any chance of winning. "Enya!" Wu Yin suddenly roared. He saw his wife and daughter were about to be devoured by the demonic aura, but he could not save them in time. "Husband, the underworld has been reopened. We will meet again in the future, but you have to promise me that you will leave this place and live well." The woman held the terrified little girl in her arms and smiled sadly at Wu Yin. Her body was instantly devoured by the demonic aura. Wu Yin stared blankly at this scene in disbelief. Why? He had thought that he could live a happy and comfortable life with his wife and daughter on this planet that had nothing to do with the rest of the world. Why is this happening? Wu Yin roared angrily in his heart. The woman and the little girl were not dead yet, but they were slowly turning into demonic creatures. Puff! In a flash, Wu Yin appeared beside the two of them and chopped off their heads. He then let out a long howl of grief and indignation and charged at the heavenly demon. "A mere earth immortal dares to take the initiative to look for me?" The heavenly demon's lips curled into a mocking smile. Bang! Wu Yin was sent flying by a punch. However, the heavenly demon did not seem to intend to kill Wu Yin just like that. Wu Yin's eyes were bloodshot as if he had lost his mind. He flew at the heavenly demon again. During this period of time, the immortals were defeated one after another. They became the captives of the demon race with dejected expressions. In the end, Wu Yin was the only one left in the world. He continued to charge forward. He was knocked down, charged forward again, and was knocked down again. The remaining immortals looked at Wu Yin with a hint of sorrow. "Kill him. We have to continue searching and find all the remaining immortals. This is the order of the heaven-destroying demon lord." In the sky, 3 heavenly demons watched this scene expressionlessly. One of them spoke calmly. At the same time, Ning Qi arrived. "Wu Yin." Ning Qi was slightly surprised. Why would Wu Yin appear in the ghost domain that was extremely far away from the central continent? But when he saw Wu Yin's perfected earthly immortal cultivation, he felt slightly relieved. Presumably, Wu Yin had obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter and advanced to the earthly immortal realm, and then came to the immortal realm. He fled to this place. He's not in the right state right now. What made him so angry? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He didn't have time to think about it. He took out the 3-pointed, double-edged saber from his space bag and threw it at Wu Yin. "Brother Wu, take this." Another immortal? The few sky fiends immediately looked at Ning Qi with a hint of surprise in their eyes. When the other immortal clan cultivators saw this, they sighed in their hearts. Today's situation was already decided, unless a golden immortal arrived. Wu Yin's blood-red eyes flickered slightly. He regained his temporary clarity and looked at Ning Qi. At the same time, the 3-pointed, double-edged saber landed in his hand. At this moment, Wu Yin's movement suddenly froze in midair, maintaining the posture of catching the saber. However, the attack of the heavenly demon was blocked by some sort of power when it was about to collide with Wu Yin. In the end, it was neutralized, leaving only a wave of ripples. Chapter 3282. Wu Yin's eyes were tightly shut, but the golden pupil between her eyebrows was slowly turning and locking onto the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon only felt a chill from the bottom of his heart and all the hair on his body stood on end as he sensed a trace of extreme danger. "You're playing tricks," he shouted, and was about to use the heavenly demon's technique to kill Wu Yin. But the next moment, Wu Yin's aura changed again. Divine Immortal, Golden Immortal, great, all-embracing Golden Immortal. Her aura continued to grow stronger. Every time it grew stronger, the demons present swallowed their saliva with difficulty. After her aura grew stronger more than 10 times, the feeling that Wu Yin gave them was equivalent to facing those demon masters. "What's going on?" The few heavenly demons looked at each other in shock and anger, and their eyes finally fell on Ningqi. From the moment Ningqi threw that weapon to Wu Yin began to undergo such a frightening change. But then they were shocked by Wu Yin again. An immortal palace slowly appeared in the void behind Wu Yin. Seeing this, Ningqi's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. He had seen this immortal palace before, on Boundless Heaven Planet, but he did not expect it to be Wu Yin's immortal palace. Woof, woof, woof. A series of dog barks came from the immortal palace, and then a big black dog ran out from inside, landed next to Wu Yin, and rubbed its head intimately against Wu Yin's thigh. Suddenly, the big black dog seemed to sense Wu Yin's current mood, and immediately closed its mouth, baring its teeth as it looked at the heavenly demon. "Shao Tian, he's mine," Wu Yin said slowly. Her eyes were still closed, and she stared at the heavenly demon with the golden pupil between her eyebrows. Holding the 3-pointed, double-edged sword, she walked toward him step by step. "Who the hell are you?" The heavenly demon screamed in fear and wanted to escape, but found that he had been locked on by an aura and he could not move. He could only watch as Wu Yin approached him step by step. The Celestial Clan cultivators who were captured also soon found that the demons around them were also in a state of confinement, and they hurriedly attacked and killed the demons around them. When Wu Yin walked in front of the heavenly demon, the rest of the demons had already been killed, and only a few heavenly demons were imprisoned in midair. "There's something wrong with him. What happened to him?" A trace of seriousness flashed in Ningqi's eyes. However, when he arrived, Wu Yin was already in a half-crazed state. He could only wait until today's matter was over before asking. "Why did you demons return to the world of immortals?" The pupil between Wu Yin's brows locked onto the heavenly demon as he spoke indifferently. "The immortal world belongs to my demon race. I don't care how strong you are. You're not a match for the heaven-destroying demon lord. I advise you to transform into a demon. I believe that you'll be able to obtain a high position in my race." The heavenly demon suppressed the fear in his heart and said in a hoarse voice, "Defeat heavenly demon lord? The defeated general has now become the leader of your devil race?" Wu Yin said lightly, "A defeated opponent in the past?" The few remaining heavenly demons revealed a hint of shock in their eyes. "Could it be that you're from that era?" Puff! Wu Yin waved his hand, and the 3-pointed, double-edged saber chopped off the head of the heavenly demon. Then, a golden light shot out from his brows again. The other heavenly demons also screamed and turned into ashes. After doing all this, Wu Yin still did not open his eyes. Instead, he looked at Ningqi with the eye between his brows. "Brother Ning, thank you!" Woof, woof, woof. Shao Tianquan ran to Ningqi's side and barked a few times intimately. It seemed to be thanking him for sending the 3-pointed, double-edged saber to Wu Yin in time. "Guanko Erlang Xiansheng?" Ningqi smiled. Wu Yin was silent for a while, then nodded slowly. "My memory has returned." "Why did you fall into a crazed state just now?" Ningqi asked curiously. "Because he killed my wife and daughter in this life." Wu Yin's words were cold. It seemed that his personality had changed because he had regained his memory. Ningqi's expression changed and finally turned into a long sigh. He then comforted. King Qingguang restarted the 6 paths of reincarnation. No matter who it is, even if their soul is destroyed, a trace of spirituality will enter the underworld. If you want to find them, I can take you to King Qingguang. Wu Yin was silent for a while, then shook his head slowly. No need. They will only die again if they follow me. It's better to let them reincarnate and be mortals in their next life. Are you still Wu Yin? Ning Qi suddenly asked. He realized that Wu Yin's personality had changed greatly. He did not know if it was because of the death of his wife and daughter or because he had regained his memory. If it was the latter, Ning Qi could not help but wonder if he would change like Wu Yin after regaining the memory of his past life. Before Wu Yin could answer, a celestial cultivator suddenly recognized Ning Qi and looked extremely excited. It's Senior Bei Xian. Greetings, Senior Bei Xian. The surviving celestials knelt and kowtowed, extremely excited. Don't be so polite. I'm afraid this direction is not safe. Don't go any deeper. Let's change direction. There might be a chance of survival. Ning Qi waved his hand. Senior Bei Xian, please take pity on us. A female cultivator said with a sorrowful expression. The place I'm going to next might be even more dangerous than this place. I can't bring you along, but Ning Qi changed the topic and gently waved his hand. Countless cultivation resources fell from the sky. These resources are enough for your cultivation for the next 100 years. Thank you, Senior Bei Xian. The Celestials seemed to see a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. One by one, they took their share of the fortuitous opportunities and left the planet. They really wanted to follow Ning Qi, but he had already made it clear that he would not bring them along. Moreover, the place Ning Qi was going to might be even more dangerous. It was better for them to find a safer place to cultivate and wait for the opportunity to return to the celestial world. What do you plan to do next? Ning Qi looked at Wu Yin. The celestial world has fallen into the hands of the demons. The demons have proven their karma by defeating the Heaven Fiend Lord and reached the 4th step. We are no match for him, even if we join forces. The Heaven Fiend Lord reached the 4th step. Wu Yin was a little surprised. Then, her lips curled into a mocking smile. I didn't expect this loser to reach the 4th step. If it wasn't for the great war of the Celestials and demons, which put the ancient Celestials in danger, I'm afraid there would be many 4th step cultivators in my clan now. Chapter 30-83. Brother Wu, how much do you know about the ancestors' land? Is there anything that can deal with someone at the 4th step? Ning Qi asked. Wu Yin looked at Ning Qi in surprise. You don't know. I've seen the old lord. He only said that the vitality of the celestial world is in the ancestors' land, but he didn't explain the details. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Let's talk as we walk. Wu Yin was about to move. However, Ning Qi smiled and extended his hand to stop him. Then he invited him to board the Nuwa. When Wu Yin saw that the Nuwa could continuously perform big jumps in the universe, and that each jump could move half a galaxy, she looked at Ning Qi with a profound look in her eyes. Brother Ning, do you know what the ancestors' land is? Nuwa poured a cup of tea for the two of them and stood behind Ning Qi. She was curious when she heard Wu Yin's question. Ancestors' land? Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he thought of various ancient legends. Then he said with some uncertainty, Pangu created the world. That's right. Wu Yin nodded. Saint Pangu was the first true god in this universe. He had a longer history than the heavenly Tao. Back then, no one knew what heaven was, let alone the word Tao. The history of Shenluo world should be longer than the world we're in, right? Ning Qi's heart stirred. If the divine Luo world is a big tree, then this world of ours is a leaf on one of the branches of this big tree. It has indeed appeared earlier than us, Wu Yin said. Otherwise, our ancient celestial clan's goal wouldn't be to ascend to the god Luo world. It's a pity that the branch we're on seems to have been cut off from the god Luo world, so we can't fly anymore. Only by reaching the 4th step and forcefully finding the node to open the channel will we have a chance. Only the North Mystic Divine Emperor and Jiang Tianshu know about this node. They came from Shenlua world. At this point, Wu Yin glanced at Ning Qi intentionally or unintentionally. Stop looking. I'm the reincarnation of the North mystic divine emperor. Ning Qi smiled. As expected. No wonder Xiao Tian came to you and gave you the three-pointed, double-edged blade so that you could awaken my essence soul. Wu Yin sighed. Xiao Tian came from the god Luo world back then, so he is extremely sensitive to the auras of the cultivators of the god Luo world. Ning Qi couldn't help but glance at the large black dog that was lying beside Wu Yin's feet. This black dog had also come from the divine Luo realm? Then how did Wu Yin adopt him? Wu Yin didn't seem to want to continue this topic. She returned to the ancestral land. After Saint Pangu split the heavens and earth, his strength reached the shocking fifth step. Even now, my ancient celestial clan doesn't know what kind of realm a fifth step cultivator is. However, Divine Emperor Beixian once said that fifth step cultivators are not rare in Shenlua world. The fifth step, this realm was too far away. Ning Qi shook his head slightly and continued to ask, "Is Saint Pangu still in the ancestral land?" If that was the case, heaven-destroying demon lord was indeed nothing. A fifth-step cultivator could probably kill a fourth-step cultivator with a single breath. No. Wu Yin shook her head with a deep look in her eyes. After Saint Pangu split the heavens and earth, he was killed by a grand cultivator from the Shenlua world. As for who that grand cultivator was, and why he killed Saint Pangu, no one knows until now. After that battle, Saint Pangu's heart turned into the ancestral land. But every 5 generations, the ancestral land will go through a nirvana, and all the living beings on it will be wiped out. Not only that, no living beings on the planets near the ancestral land will survive. We used to suspect that every nirvana was the beating of Saint Pangu's heart. Every time it beats, it goes through nirvana. Maybe one day, Saint Pangu will be reborn because of this. It was also because of that battle that the heavenly Tao was formed. The old Lord once went against the heavens and calculated the origin of the heavenly Tao. He concluded that it was the blood of Saint Pangu. Wu Yin smiled. Maybe the blood of Saint Pangu stained this world, and that's why the heavenly Tao appeared. Ning Qi was shocked. He vaguely remembered that the experts on Earth had said that Earth had existed for about 5 billion years, which was equivalent to 5 generations of time. Could it be that there were other civilizations on Earth 5 billion years ago? And these civilizations were only born when Earth went through nirvana last time. And so on. How long had Earth existed and how many living beings had died because of nirvana? As for the heavenly Tao, Ning Qi's face turned serious. Brother Wu, there's something I don't quite understand. Is the heavenly Tao just a general name for the rules of this world, or it doesn't have the emotions of mortals and has extremely powerful divine powers? The North mystic divine emperor once said that it is comparable to an overlord at the 4th step of the rebirth state. But because it is bound by some rules, it can't leave this world. If it leaves, it will die, and it can't interfere with this world personally. It can only set up rules for its subordinates in every place, and if it violates them, it will suffer the punishment of the thunder tribulation. However, the punishment of the thunder tribulation must be accompanied by a chance of survival. This is the foundation of its foothold. We suspect that it can't violate these unwritten rules. Wu Yin looked at Ning Qi seriously. It could be anyone, and it could play in the human world in some way. For example, the Tiandao family might be behind it. As far as I know, when Jiang Tianshu first came to the celestial world, his power was not as strong as the North mystic divine emperor. So it was with his help that Jiang Tianshu suppressed the ancient immortal clan, defeated the North mystic divine emperor, and returned to Shenlua world together. But why didn't it appear when I destroyed the Tiandao family? Thinking of this, Ning Qi came to an answer. Indifferent, emotionless. In other words, even if there was a shadow of it in the Tiandao family, it was probably just one of the thousands of means it could use. It was not worth mentioning. and it was even disdainful to interfere. Looking at the time, the ancestral land's nirvana period should be coming soon. Only then will we have a chance to find something to deal with the heaven-destroying demon lord. Wu Yin counted with her fingers and said, "What is it?" Ning Qi asked, "Pangu axe, a connate spiritual treasure that could kill a fifth-step almighty at its peak. It is at least a 7th grade or above." Wu Yin smiled. 7th grade. Chapter 3284. Ning Qi fell into a long silence. Seeing this, Wu Yin said with a smile, "It's not that easy to get the Pangu axe. It's unknown whether it still exists in this world. We can only try our luck. However, every time the ancestral land's nirvana period is approaching, some strange things will happen. Perhaps there is a way to deal with the heaven-destroying demon lord. If the ancestral land goes through nirvana, all the living creatures on it will die." Ning Qi suddenly asked. Wu Yin was slightly stunned, and his eyes became a little strange. He had thought that Ning Qi had fallen into silence because he was thinking about the Pangu axe. Unexpectedly, he was thinking about this matter. "Yes, all living creatures will be wiped out. Whether you are an immortal, a demon, or even a third-step existence, or a perfected Tao querying cultivator, you can't avoid the fate of being wiped out. You can only escape." Wu Yin nodded. "Then, can you calculate how long it will be before nirvana?" Ning Qi asked with a solemn expression. "The time of nirvana is not so accurate every time. The difference is at least 1,000 years. Nirvana may have begun now, or it may take hundreds of years, or it may take 1,000 years," Wu Yin said. "I see." Ning Qi sighed slightly. Wu Yin seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Ning Qi seriously and said, "Brother Ning, don't try to use your own means to interfere with the ancestral land that is preparing for nirvana. Otherwise, you will be left behind and unable to leave. Once there was an almighty in our ancient immortal clan who did this. Later, all the other ancient immortals left, but that almighty stayed in the ancestral land forever. There's such a thing." Ning Qi was slightly stunned. He was indeed considering whether to transfer all the living creatures on Earth and find a more suitable planet for them to live on. "Who is that almighty?" Ning Qi's eyes flashed with curiosity. "Nuwa," Wu Yin said in a low voice. What did you call me for?" Nuwa took a step forward, somewhat puzzled. "I didn't call you." Ning Qi waved his hand and motioned for Nuwa to step back. Then, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the legend of Nuwa mending the sky was because she wanted to prevent nirvana on Earth and save the living creatures on it? However, according to legend, Nuwa had succeeded and saved countless living beings. Now it seemed that she had failed. She had been defeated by the fate of Nirvana, one of the 5 ancient beings of Earth. In the following period of time, Ning Qi learned many things about ancient times from Wu Yin. However, compared to the myths, there were more or less some differences. Time passed silently as the two of them chatted. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Qi suddenly raised his head and looked out of the glass window. He saw that the starry sky outside had become somewhat familiar. "We've reached the Milky Way," Ning Qi said softly. Wu Yin stood up slowly, and the howling celestial dog followed closely behind. Wu Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia as she looked at the starry sky outside. "It's been too many years since I've returned to the ancestral grounds. Back then, all the ancient immortals chose to leave the ancestral grounds in the end because of the nirvana rebirth of the 5 ancients. They went to a vaster starry sky, which is the current immortal world." Wu Yin said slowly, "It's not a bad idea to come back and take a look." Ning Qi laughed. After a pause, Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. He had forgotten to remind Wu Yin of something. The sect master of the mysterious sect, Ji Fei, is one of the incarnations of the 3 pure ones. He encountered danger in the ancestors' land. Ning Qi described the scene he had seen in the void immortal hall that day. Wu Yin was a little surprised. A black palm? Yes, we suspect that the owner of this palm is at least a third-step cultivator. Ning Qi nodded. If it's a third-step cultivator, it doesn't matter. He can even deal with Xiao Tian, let alone you and me. Wu Yin said thoughtfully, however, if he surpasses the third step, perhaps it won't be so smooth to come to the ancestors' land to find the Pango axe this time. You and I need to hide our cultivation and not be too eye-catching. We have to act in secret. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Ning Qi nodded. Then he saw the golden pupil between Wu Yin's eyebrows gradually disappear, leaving only a pale red mark. From beginning to end, Wu Yin's eyes had never opened. Ning Qi cursed in his heart. Does he intend to use the identity of a blind man to hide himself on Earth? Master, we've arrived at the moon. But on the moon, Nuwa's voice suddenly sounded. Then, on the virtual screen in the cockpit, the current scene of the moon appeared. It was no longer the barren moon with only craters left. This was clearly a prosperous world. Outside the moon, something similar to an atmosphere was propped up by some unknown means. Therefore, mortals walking on it did not have to worry about suffocation at all. It seemed that even the gravity had undergone a great change. Huge cities stood on the moon. Occasionally, some people could be seen walking in the air on the moon. Their cultivation had actually reached the human immortal realm. Then, Nuwa made a projection of the Earth. But Ning Qi found that the Earth and the moon were at two complete extremes. On the Earth, the once huge cities seemed to have become ruins, leaving only a small number of people living on them. Most of them were terrifying, fierce beasts. Some of these fierce beasts would kill each other, but most of them targeted the remaining humans on the Earth. How could this be? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Master, not only has the moon been colonized, but there are also huge cities on Mars, which are even more prosperous than the moon. It seems that the civilization on Earth has mainly moved to Mars. This is another Earth. Nuwa said, which planet did Ji Fei meet with an accident on? The moon, Mars, or Earth? Master, where shall we go next? Shall we go to the moon to have a look? Nuwa said with a little excitement. Let's go back to Earth first. For some unknown reason, Ning Qi had a hunch that Ji Fei met with an accident on Earth. Perhaps it had something to do with Kunlun. Nuwa nodded and steered the Nuwa spacecraft to land quietly in a huge city on Earth. Ning Qi had an impression of this huge city. It had a long history and was extremely prosperous in recent times. It was called Tianhai City, and it used to be Ning Qi's hometown on Earth. Ning Qi kept the Nuwa spacecraft. Nuwa stood beside Ning Qi like an ordinary little girl. The special group of 3 people and 1 dog stood in a pile of ruins, quietly looking around. Do you want to die? What are you doing out in broad daylight? Do you want to die? A woman suddenly jumped out of a ruin not far away and shouted at Ning Qi and the others in a low voice. There was a trace of anxiety in her eyes. This woman was dressed in rags, and her face was covered with dirt. Her actual appearance could not be seen clearly, but her body was extremely hot. This lady. Chapter 3285. Ning Qi and Wu Yin glanced at each other. In fact, they weren't really looking at each other. Wu Yin's eyes were closed the entire time, but Ning Qi knew that he could see everything. After a breath of time, they followed the woman into the hole in the ruins. After entering, the woman pressed something below, and the hole opened. Suddenly, a layer of steel plate slowly closed. I say, where did you guys come from? Don't you know that there are frequent attacks from the steel-toothed beasts here? If I hadn't seen you from the surveillance area, you would have become food for the steel-toothed beasts. The woman complained as she led Ning Qi and the others down the dark stairs. After a pause, she looked at Wu Yin curiously. Blind? Yes. Wu Yin nodded lightly, then fell silent again. Seeing that Wu Yin had no intention of speaking, Ning Qi smiled at the woman and said, We've just arrived here and there are many things we don't understand. However, in today's society, There shouldn't be many warm-hearted people like you, right? Without knowing the background of the other party, she still appeared to save Ning Chi and the other two, as well as the big black dog. Judging from the current situation on Earth, this woman was either stupid or had ulterior motives. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Brother Wu? Ning Chi laughed in his heart. The woman was stunned for a moment, then looked at Nuwa and the celestial hound and laughed. I saw that you had a child and a dog with you, so I knew you weren't bad people. That's why I saved you. If you want to thank someone, thank them. Bringing a child and a dog doesn't make you bad people. Ning Chi smiled. The woman said faintly, in this era, those with background and strength have already colonized the moon and Mars and become new Federation citizens. Only inferior people like us are still struggling to survive on Earth. If you were bad people, I'm afraid this little girl and the big black dog would have already been eaten by you. Eat them. Ning Chi's eyes flashed. He could see that the woman had no ill intentions, but he didn't expect that she would use such a standard to judge people. Eat children? Had Earth reached such a stage? Walking to the bottom, Ning Chi found that below was the original sewer system. However, there was no longer any sewage. Instead, it had been cleaned up and transformed into a place with many small rooms, similar to a base. Qin Shao, stop right there. How dare you bring people into the Sky Blade base without permission? Accompanied by a furious voice, a young man with two burly men blocked Ning Chi and the rest. The young man's eyes were filled with anger when he looked at the woman. At the same time, he glanced coldly at Ning Chi and the rest, but his gaze paused on Nuwa and the howling celestial hound. Captain Lin, they're not bad people. I saw that the steel-toothed beast was about to come out to look for food, so I let them enter the base. When Qin Shao saw the young man, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly said with a fawning smile. Ning Chi's gaze landed on Captain Lin's body and instantly saw through his current cultivation. He was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Other than that, there was a special power within Captain Lin's body. This power had nowhere to hide under Ning Chi's gaze. Divine ability? Arcana? Ning Chi was deep in thought. If you say they're not bad people, then they're not bad people? Recently, a group of demonic cultivators appeared in Tianhai City. They deceived people everywhere, sneaked into various bases, and finally killed all the people in those bases. They sacrificed their blood and cultivated demonic techniques in an attempt to break through the Golden Core stage, escape from Earth, and go to the moon base. Can you guarantee that they're not those demonic cultivators? Captain Lin snorted coldly. After saying that, the two burly men beside him immediately stared at Ning Chi and the rest with extremely vigilant eyes. At the same time, more and more people walked over. Their eyes were all very vigilant, and they were full of hostility toward Ning Chi and the rest. There was a trace of anger in their eyes when they looked at Qin Shao. Captain Lin, are we going to drive them out of the Sky Blade base again? The steel-toothed beast is about to arrive. Isn't that sending them to their deaths? Qin Shao frowned. Qin Shao, Captain Lin is thinking for the sake of the thousands of people in our base. We don't know where these fellows are from. If they stay in the base like this, who knows if they are spies sent by those demonic cultivators? If they bring disaster to our base, can you bear the responsibility? An old lady whose clothes were full of patches suddenly spoke. That's right. This is too dangerous. Unless we know their background, it's better not to stay in the base. The old lady's words immediately resonated with many people, and they all nodded. Let's do it this way. The steel-toothed beast will be foraging in this area for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, let them leave, Captain Lin said lightly. Qin Shao looked at Ning Chi and the rest with a somewhat ugly expression. Her eyes stayed on Nuwa for a few more breaths. Ning Chi noticed that the way she looked at Nuwa seemed to treat her as someone else. No need. Ning Chi smiled. We'll leave now. No. Now that the steel-toothed beast has arrived here, if we open the door and leak their aura, our Skyblade base will be finished. What are your intentions?" Captain Lin scolded sternly. The ceiling suddenly opened, revealing more than a dozen black gun barrels. These gun barrels were extremely thick and powerful. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators might not be able to deal with them. "If you dare to act rashly, be careful that you'll be shot into sieves," Captain Lin sneered. "Forget it. You guys wait for 15 minutes before you leave." Chen Xiao was afraid that Ning Qi and the rest would not die in the mouth of the steel-toothed beast, but in the Skyblade base. In that case, she would be doing something bad out of good intentions, so she quickly advised, "All right." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Wu Yin did not speak from beginning to end, nor did she express any dissatisfaction. However, the celestial hound bared its teeth and glanced at Captain Lin with a hint of ridicule in its eyes. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound above them, as if many creatures were running above. This movement lasted for about 15 minutes before it gradually disappeared. During this period, everyone's expression was very solemn, and Ning Qi's divine telekinesis had already penetrated the ceiling of the Skyblade base. He had seen through the group of steel-toothed beasts inside and out. The steel-toothed beasts looked like gorillas. They could walk upright, their arms were extremely long, and there were sharp teeth that were tens of centimeters long in their mouths. Each steel-toothed beast was comparable to a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, and there were more than a dozen steel-toothed beasts moving together. It was no wonder that the people in the base were so afraid of the steel-toothed beasts. "The 15 minutes are over, you guys can go," Captain Lin said coldly. Just as Ning Qi and the others turned to leave, Captain Lin suddenly pressed the headset next to his ear with his hand, and then immediately shouted, "You guys don't go first!" He looked at the others and ordered loudly, "The people of the 5th team are back, and they brought a lot of resources needed for survival. But Zhang Hai was seriously injured." Chapter 3286. Very soon, Captain Lin brought a dozen or so injured people back from the ground. One of them had the most serious injuries. There was a bloody hole in his chest that was bleeding profusely. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Apart from the person, there was also a large bag. From the torn corner of the bag, it could be seen that this looks like edible salt. Chen Xiao looked at this scene in a daze. After a few breaths, she suddenly let out a scream and rushed to the injured person in a panic. "Zhang Hai, wake up, don't die." "Chen Xiao, get out of the way." Captain Lin pushed her away and then gently placed his palm on Zhang Hai's body. A stream of spiritual energy gushed out from his palm and poured into Zhang Hai's body. "When we went out this time, we encountered demonic cultivators. If it wasn't for Zhang Hai sacrificing himself to buy time, I'm afraid all of us wouldn't have come back alive," a muscular man covered in blood said in a low voice. "Demonic cultivators again." Everyone gritted their teeth, and many people subconsciously looked at Ning Qi and the others, faintly intending to fight. "Don't quarrel. Captain Lin is using his spiritual power to treat Zhang Hai," a young man shouted. Everyone suddenly quieted down and quietly watched the changes in Zhang Hai. Soon, the injury on Zhang Hai's chest gradually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but his breath still continued to decline, becoming weaker and weaker. "There's no saving him. He has a kind of poison in his body. I can cure his physical injuries, but the cultivation of the person who poisoned him may be much stronger than me. In addition, the characteristics of the poison are elusive, so I can't expel it." Captain Lin shook his head. "How can there be no saving him? Dr. Zhao! Call Dr. Zhao over." There was a trace of despair in Chen Zhao's eyes. It seemed that Zhang Hai should be a more important person to her. Not long after, the old man called Dr. Zhao also rushed over. After a few glances, he shook his head because Zhang Hai's face had been covered with a layer of black qi. "Miss Chen Xiao, is he your boyfriend? Husband?" Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. They can still laugh at this time. It seems that this group of people really are spies sent by demonic path cultivators. Let's kill them and take revenge for Zhang Hai, shouted a young man who had been staring at Ning Qi and the others from the very beginning. Originally, after his shout, the other members of the Sky Blade base immediately resonated with him and planned to beat Ning Qi and the others to death. However, Ning Qi merely waved his hand gently, and the young man crashed into the ground with a loud bang. On the wall, his whole body was deeply embedded in the wall. Mouthfuls of blood kept gushing out from his mouth. The scene immediately quietened down. Not quarreling anymore, Ning Qi swept his gaze across. Without waiting for Qin Shao to respond, Ning Qi walked over to Zhang Hai and gently made a grasping motion, extracting the poison from Zhang Hai's body. It formed into a black ball of mist that floated above Ning Qi's hand. After the toxins were removed, Zhang Hai's complexion gradually improved. When everyone saw this, they looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of surprise. "Where am I?" Zhang Hai slowly opened his eyes, a little confused. "Zhang Hai, you are all right. That's great." Chen Xiao was extremely excited. "Xiao, my life is very tough. How could I die? It turns out that Dazhuang and the others brought me back to the base. It must be Captain Lin who saved me, right? Or Dr. Zhao." Zhang Hai slowly came back to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face. Captain Lin looked at Ning Qi with an extremely strange expression. "Who are you?" He was a little surprised and uncertain in his heart. He had no way to expel the toxins from Zhang Hai's body, but the other party had gently grabbed the toxins out. Moreover, when Ning Qi had just taught the young man a lesson, even he did not see clearly what kind of strength Ning Qi had used. This could only mean that the other party's strength was stronger than his. Could it be that he was an expert in the Golden Core stage who could cross the universe with his body and reach the moon? He is just a passerby. Ning Qi smiled. "We will leave now." After saying that, he was ready to leave with Wu Yin, Niuhua, and the Celestial Hound. "Wait." Captain Lin suddenly stepped forward with a trace of apology in his eyes. He whispered, "I misunderstood you just now. Please don't take it to heart." Zhang Hai also learned from Qin Shao that he was saved by Ning Qi. As for Captain Lin and Dr. Zhao, they had sentenced him to death. His eyes suddenly surged with a trace of gratitude, and he stood up to thank them. "No need. I saved him because of Miss Qin Shao, who asked her to be so kind." Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Even if you saved Zhang Hai, you can't kill people indiscriminately. Zijuan is about to die." Someone bravely said. The young man who was beaten into the wall by Ning Qi was about to die. "If he dies, then he dies. What does it have to do with me?" Ning Qi said lightly, with a hint of coldness in his tone. Everyone was suddenly speechless. In the next second, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood again and died. Everyone was angry but dared not say anything. They could only stare at Ning Qi. By the way, some time ago, Earth, the Moon, and Mars, did anything happen in these three places? For example, some kind of battle? Ning Qi suddenly looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao was stunned for a moment, and a trace of thought flashed in her eyes. Before she could speak, Captain Lin's eyes moved, and he said thoughtfully, "If it's something big, I received a tip-off that there seemed to have been a battle in the northern suburbs of Tianhai City some time ago. However, it was late at night, and we only heard the noise. Someone went to check and found a huge palm print on the ground. How long has this happened?" Ning Qi's eyes moved. After a while, Ning Qi and the others then left the Sky Blade base. From what Captain Lin had told them, the timing was the same as when Ji Fei had sent the jade slip. As for whether Ji Fei had met with an accident there or not, they only needed to go and take a look to find out. Not long after they left the Sky Blade base, a group of people with bloodthirsty eyes walked out from every corner of the ruins and surrounded Ning Qi and the others. "You guys are from the Sky Blade base, right? Oh, there's a little girl. I happen to lack a furnace, so this little girl is mine." As for the other 2 men and the big black dog, you guys can divide them among yourselves. The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. He was the youngest in the group, but his cultivation was the highest. Not only that, but as he spoke, a black aura surged out of his body and condensed into a giant beast with a blurry appearance. It squatted next to him. "Thank you, boss." The other 7 or 8 guys looked at Ning Chi and the others with a sinister smile, as if they were looking at lambs to be slaughtered. "Niwa, I'll leave them to you." Ning Chi smiled. "Yes." Chapter 3287. Watching helplessly as their boss turned into a bloody mist, the remaining demonic cultivators revealed looks of disbelief as they looked at Niwa in horror. This feeling was as if a lamb that was about to be slaughtered had suddenly turned into a devil, causing one to be terrified. "Spare me!" He only had time to spit out a few syllables before the rest of the demonic cultivators were easily dealt with by Niwa. These fellows, who were far away from the human immortal realm, were as lowly as ants in front of Niwa. This scene didn't escape the eyes of the hidden cameras in the ruins. Not only the Sky Blade base, but several other large bases in Tianhai City also saw it. The purpose of setting up the cameras was to observe the whereabouts of the beasts. They didn't expect to see such a terrifying battle. It was a terrifying battle. Inside the Sky Blade base, Captain Lin was covered in cold sweat. Zhang Hai looked at Chen Xiao in shock. "Xiao Xiao, you really don't know them?" "No, I don't know them. I thought they were ordinary people who fled from other cities. I didn't expect them to be so powerful," Chen Xiao said with a complicated expression. "I'm afraid they are from the moon. Only the cultivators from the moon have such terrifying means. Fortunately, they have a good temper. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Sky Blade base would have been destroyed." Captain Lin took a deep breath and said, "Just now their attitude toward Ning Chi and the others was extremely bad. It was only after Zhang Hai was rescued that they changed a little. Because Zi Jun was killed by Ning Chi, some people still looked at Ning Chi and the others with dissatisfaction and anger. But now, a little girl beside them could show such terrifying power. What about the guy who always had a faint smile on his face? What about the guy who always had a faint smile on his face? What about the guy who always had his eyes closed like a blind man? He must be someone even more powerful. They might have come to Earth for the battle in the northern suburbs of Tianhai City. Both sides in that battle are not ordinary. Maybe they are at the same level as them," Captain Lin sighed. Everyone suddenly felt a trace of regret. If they had treated Ning Chi and the others with a warm attitude, would they have been able to keep these experts who could transform the Sky Blade base? This is just a mark left by an ordinary cultivator. Judging from the aura on it, his cultivation is at most the nascent soul stage. As soon as they arrived at the northern suburbs of Tianhai City, Wu Yin spoke calmly. The celestial hound's nose twitched slightly, then it looked at Ning Chi and nodded. Apparently, it felt that its master was right. This was just a trace left behind by a nascent soul cultivator. Looks like we'll have to spend some time to find out what exactly happened to Ji Fei. If we don't keep a high profile, this time might take a year or even several years. Ning Chi sighed softly. He could have used his divine will to scan the Earth, the Moon and Mars to search for clues. To Ning Chi, this was as simple as eating and drinking. With his strength, he could cover all 3 planets with his divine will in at most a dozen breaths. Unfortunately, the strength of the existence that suppressed or killed Ji Fei was still unknown. According to Wu Yin, the Earth was about to undergo nirvana. During such a period, many special things would happen. The Earth was transformed from the heart of the Supreme Saint Pangu, and on it was born a new creature. It wasn't impossible for this guy who was comparable to a 4th-step existence to exist. You're the remnants of the devil cult, right? Master was right. As long as we wait here, we'll gain something. In the void, a light flashed, and a young man in an ancient robe walked out. His eyes fell on Ning Chi and the others with a faint smile. This young man's strength had actually reached the Mahayana stage. Judging from his young age, he had cultivated for at most 20 years. Is the heartbeat of the supreme Saint Pangu really so powerful? Even a Mahayana stage cultivator appeared on Earth? Perhaps the ancient immortal clan was also the product of a certain heartbeat? Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. He was only emotional, not surprised, because he had already seen this young man standing in midair with the invisibility technique. Needless to say, Wu Yin, the celestial hound, and Nuwa could naturally see him, but everyone tacitly did not disturb him. Sir, you may have misunderstood. We're not remnants of the devil cult. Ning Chi smiled. Remnants of the devil cult are indeed good at lying. Your expression doesn't change. If I wasn't from the heavenly court and my master wasn't Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals, I might really have been deceived by you. The young man sneered. The next moment, a flying sword broke through the air and slashed toward Ning Chi and the others with a thunderous momentum. Ning Chi gently raised his hand and caught the flying sword with 2 fingers. He smiled at the young man and said, "You're from the heavenly court? Your master is Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals?" Wu Yin's face also turned to the young man at this moment, and she seemed to frown slightly. "You're the great protector of the devil cult?" A trace of horror flashed in the young man's eyes. As soon as his flying sword fell into Ning Chi's hand, it lost contact with him. This means that the other party was a perfected immortal. In the devil cult, only the great protector had the cultivation of a perfected immortal. Even in the heavenly court, this kind of cultivation was equivalent to the existence of his master. "Come down and talk." Ning Chi smiled. Then, the young man's body involuntarily fell to the ground. During this process, the horror in his eyes kept changing, and a storm was set off in his heart. "If you want to kill me, just kill me. If you want to ask about the secrets of the heavenly court, I can't tell you," the young man said with a pale face. "As far as I know, no one knows where the 8 immortals have reincarnated. Who is this Lu Dongbin that you mentioned?" Ning Chi said lightly, "You're talking nonsense. My master is the head of the 8 immortals, Lu Dongbin. His cultivation is no weaker than yours. How could he have reincarnated?" the young man said angrily. Ning Chi frowned, and his divine telekinesis directly entered the young man's mind, looking through his memories. In less than a breath's time, Ning Chi finished looking through all the memories in the young man's mind. During this process, the young man seemed to have gone mad and kept trembling. When Ning Chi retracted his divine telekinesis, he was covered in sweat and looked at Ning Chi in shock and fear. "What did you do to me?" He suspected that Ning Chi had searched his soul, but among all the methods he knew and all the powerful immortals, no one could search someone's soul and keep them awake. Without exception, those whose souls were searched would become idiots and lose their minds. Chapter 3288. Imitating the Ancient Myths. Your cult is really good at bewitching people. Since the changes of the world, the heavenly court hidden in the void reappeared, giving us the opportunity to go to the moon and Mars to seek refuge, and even gave us the method of cultivation. Otherwise, humans would have been extinct and become the food of those beasts. How can you say that the heavenly court is an imitation? The young man said with an agitated expression, as if feeling that his faith had been attacked, so he forgot that he was being controlled by Ning Chi and could die at any time. Ning Chi looked at the young man thoughtfully, then let go and said lightly, "Go, we are not from the cult. You have mistaken us for someone else." "Huh." The young man looked at Ning Chi in astonishment. He found that he could control his body again, and at the same time the connection with the flying sword was restored. "You won't kill me? If you don't go, I may change my mind." Ning Chi smiled lightly. Who are you people? If you are the great protector of the cult, you will not let me go." The young man finally reacted, knowing that he had misunderstood the identity of Ning Chi and the others. "We came back from outside." Ning Chi pointed to the void of the universe. Could it be that you are? I understand. Thank you for your mercy, Senior. The young man suddenly gasped, as if he thought of something, hurriedly bowed respectfully, and then flew away. Brother Wu, do you have any clues about Panga's axe? Ningqi looked at Wu Yin and asked. If they could not find the existence that suppressed Ji Fei, they could get Panga's axe first, which could make things better. No. Wu Yin shook his head. Whether Panga's axe really exists is unknown. Perhaps it has been broken because of the ancient battle. All right. Ningqi nodded helplessly. Next, he, Wu Yin, and the others walked around the earth at an appropriate speed, searching for clues without leaving a trace. During this period, Ningqi found that the star teleportation array that he had sat on once had been destroyed, and there was a beast comparable to the human immortal stage occupying it. No wonder no one found this teleportation array after the changes on the earth. Otherwise, we can use it to go to the immortal world. Ningqi said in his heart. In the end, Ningqi and Wu Yin came to Kunlun. The changes on Earth started in Kunlun, so the two of them felt that there might be something left here. Those things might have come from the period before Nirvana. The changes are too great. Is this the current Kunlun realm? Wu Yin's eyes were tightly shut, but the third eye on her forehead slowly opened. Her golden pupils sized up the huge Kunlun as she frowned slightly. Strange. All the extraordinary auras in the Kunlun Mountains seemed to have disappeared. Compared to the last time I was here, it is like an ordinary mountain range. Ningqi also frowned. Brother Ning, in fact, Kunlun is a very special existence. Wu Yin suddenly said, I know. Ningqi nodded. It's not as special as you think. You already know that the ancestral land will undergo a nirvanic rebirth every 5 eons or so, destroying all life on it. All memories will cease to exist. But later, our ancient immortal clan left the ancestral land and avoided the nirvanic rebirth again and again. Guess what we found? What happened? Wu Yin's lips suddenly curled up. What did you find? Related to Kunlun? Ningqi stilled slightly. Yes. After each nirvanic rebirth, Kunlun can be preserved. So we suspect that if we can enter the true Kunlun, we may be able to resist the nirvanic rebirth. We can even use the terrifying power produced by each nirvanic rebirth to increase our cultivation. Wu Yin smiled and said, but this is just a guess. No one can find the reason why Kunlun can survive the nirvanic rebirth, and no one dares to risk their lives to try. Changes in Kunlun, changes in the world, Black Palm, you mean the existence that suppressed Ji Fei might be hiding in Kunlun, avoiding nirvanic rebirth again and again, and absorbing the terrifying power produced by each nirvanic rebirth? Ningqi's gaze gradually turned serious. The beating of Saint Panga's heart was enough to kill all living beings, so the power generated by it was naturally extremely terrifying. If there really was such a person who survived countless nirvanic rebirths, he might have a certain amount of power that belonged to Saint Pangu. That was the power of the 5th step. I only thought of this when I saw Kunlun. I'm afraid that the existence we're going to face here is much stronger than heaven defeating Demon Lord. Wu Yin smiled self-deprecatingly. We might not be able to find any clues on Earth. Next, let's go to the moon to take a look. As long as we're careful, that existence might not be able to find us. Ningqi looked at the bright moon in the sky. Or maybe he's looking at us. Wu Yin said thoughtfully. About a few breaths later, Ningqi and Wu Yin arrived at the moon. They appeared in an antique giant city. Perhaps because of the changes in the world, someone imitated the ancient myths and rebuilt the heavenly court. Therefore, the buildings on the moon and the clothes of the people had returned to the ancient style. Occasionally, they could see some high-tech items, which seemed a little out of place in this style. There were also ferocious beasts on the moon, but their numbers were much fewer than on Earth. Moreover, there were more high-level cultivators on the moon. These golden core cultivators, nascent soul cultivators, and soul formation cultivators were enough to ensure that the low-level cultivators and even mortals on the moon could live in an environment with a sound legal system. That way, they wouldn't be like those mortals on Earth, hiding underground like rats. The Buddhist Lord of Spirited Mountain is here. All of you, retreat immediately. Do not offend Tathagata. Suddenly, a mighty voice came from afar. The pedestrians on the street were shocked and quickly retreated to the side. Ning Chi and Wu Yin stood in the crowd, frowning as they looked forward. They saw a group of monks walking slowly on the street. These monks had extremely strong cultivation. Each of them was at least an early stage human immortal. There were a total of 108 of them. In the middle of them, there was a floating lotus, on which sat a monk whose body was much larger than an ordinary person. His appearance was not much different from the legendary Tathagata Buddha, but his cultivation was only at the peak earth immortal stage. Tathagata, although Wu Yin did not open his eyes, he also laughed involuntarily at this moment. In the solemn atmosphere, his laughter was exceptionally conspicuous and ear-piercing. The group of monks all looked towards him, and the cultivators who were originally standing beside Ning Chi and the others quickly retreated, a trace of shock and pity in their eyes. Pity. Chapter 3289. They're finished. The Buddhist Lord of Spirit Mountain has boundless dharma. Even the heavenly court has to be wary of him. If they dare to disrespect the Buddhist Lord of Spirit Mountain, they'll probably be purified. They look unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen them in Moon City before. They shouldn't be cultivators, right? Maybe they're just ordinary people? I remember that there was a Tianhai gang in Moon City last time. Its leader was from Tianhai City, and his cultivation was extremely profound. After the world changed, he obtained a lot of opportunities and became an expert in the soul formation realm. In the end, because he offended a little monk, the entire Tianhai gang was destroyed. In the end, because he offended a little monk, the entire Tianhai gang was wiped out. The gang leader is still kneeling in front of Spirit Mountain. TSK. Even experts in the divine transformation realm have to kneel in front of Spirit Mountain. I really want to know what it's like to be in the immortal realm soon. The group of monks stopped in front of Ning Chi and the others. The monk who scolded them was at the peak of the human immortal realm. He first glanced at Ning Chi, Nuwa, and the celestial hound coldly before his gaze finally fell on Wu Yin. You were the one who disrespected Rilai just now. Wu Yin ignored him and kept his eyes closed. However, the celestial hound at his feet stood up and stared coldly at the big monk. His eyes are still closed? This is treason. Disrespecting Buddha is disrespecting the heavens. I really hope that the Buddhist Lord of Spirit Mountain can purify them immediately so that we can see what these people will become after being purified. Many people nearby showed a trace of anger in their eyes when they saw Wu Yin's attitude. It could be seen that Spirit Mountain's reputation on the moon was extremely high. The heavenly court of Mars and the Spirit Mountain of the moon? Are they going to copy the ancient myths? Ning Chi only found it a little funny. From the attitude of Dipankar Buddha, he could tell who little Rulai was. Now he saw on earth a mortal monk who dared to call himself Rulai. He was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. He had never seen the world and was ignorant. Xianglong, don't be so angry. The one in the middle was several times larger than an ordinary person. There was an explosive power hidden under his muscles. He should have specialized in body-refining techniques. The monk, known as the Buddhist Lord of Spirited Mountain, said slowly. His voice seemed to carry the will of Buddha, echoing in Moon City, giving people a brief moment of peace. Yes, Buddha Lord. Xianglong nodded, then swept a cold glance at Wu Yin, turned around, and returned to the formation. The procession moved forward again and soon disappeared at the corner of the street. Many people followed closely behind the procession, wanting to see why the Buddhist Lord had come out of Spirit Mountain to Moon City. You guys are really lucky. If it weren't for Lord Buddha's magnanimity, you guys would be kneeling in front of the spirited mountain to atone for your sins. An old man holding a walking stick said sternly to Wu Yin and Ning Qi. Many passers-by also echoed the old man's words and expressed their dissatisfaction with Wu Yin. They also warned Wu Yin and the others not to stay in Moon City for too long, lest the image of Moon City in the eyes of the Buddhas of Spiritual Mountain be tarnished. Are you guys sick? Niwa couldn't help but ask. Hey, girl, how can you speak like that? The big one is like this, and the little one is also like this. They really don't know manners. Niwa, let's go. Ningqi saw that Goddess and Vaiwa still wanted to say something, so he smiled and pulled her away. Wu Yin and the celestial hound followed closely behind. In front of them, it seemed that because of the arrival of the Buddhas of Spirited Mountain, it became more and more lively. Let's go there and have a seat. Ningqi pointed to a big restaurant that was 30 to 40 stories high not far away. It was completely built of bamboo, but it was reinforced by an array formation, so even a typhoon or tsunami couldn't damage it. Sir, I'm afraid your dog can't enter our fragrance inn. The waiter walked in front of Ningqi and the others in a strange manner. He also saw Wu Yin being reprimanded by Arhut Taming Dragon just now. He was now looking for trouble because many people in the restaurant had pets, and those pets more or less had some cultivation and could be considered as demonic beasts. Woof, woof, woof. The celestial hound suddenly became furious. Who told you to bark? The waiter's expression changed, and he suddenly kicked at the howling celestial dog. Although his cultivation was very low, the strength of his kick was at least 300 to 500 kilograms. If it was an ordinary dog, this kick would have been enough to kill it. Crack! The waiter was dumbfounded and his body stiffened. His eyes looked down inch by inch, and soon he let out an incomparably mournful howl. His feet had completely disappeared from his thighs, and the appearance of fresh blood was extremely horrifying. Bright red blood continuously dripped down, and in a short while a pool of blood appeared on the ground. The diners on the first floor immediately shut their mouths, and the gloating in their eyes gradually disappeared. When they looked at Ningqi and the others again, their eyes became filled with fear. What's going on? A deep voice was heard, and then a middle-aged fat man who looked like a shopkeeper ran down the stairs. Behind him, there were more than 10 people who looked like guards. Shopkeeper Jean, they broke my leg. My leg. As soon as the waiter saw the middle-aged fat man, he quickly wailed. Although there was an immortal who could help to regrow his leg, the cost was sky-high. He was just a servant in a small restaurant. How could he have the money to hire an immortal? Thinking of this, the waiter's eyes became more and more resentful. It's over. How much do I have to pay for this work injury? Shopkeeper Jin's expression was extremely ugly. Then his gaze fell on Ningqi and the others. Just as he was about to berate them, his eyes suddenly moved, as if he had seen a ghost. In just an instant, his expression returned to normal, and he pretended to look at the waiter. What did you do to make the customers so angry? Shopkeeper Jean, it's not my fault. It's them. They offended the Buddhist lord of Spirited Mountain. The waiter was stunned at first. Then he quickly pointed at Ningqi and the others. If it wasn't for his own cultivation, he would have already fainted from such injuries. I'm talking about what you did. Shopkeeper Jin's expression turned cold. I just didn't want this dog to come in, and it bit off my leg. They connived at the demonic beast to hurt people. In Lunar City, this is against the rules. The waiter quickly said, Our Drifting Fragrance restaurant has never had a rule that forbids pets from entering. You arbitrarily changed my rule. Do you want me to be your shopkeeper? Shopkeeper Jin's eyes narrowed. Chapter 3290. Esteemed guests, my newly hired waiter is a little immature and has disturbed you. I am Jean Delay, the head shopkeeper of this floating fragrance restaurant. Esteemed guests, would you like to eat or stay here? Shopkeeper Jean looked at Ning Chi and Wu Yin with a flattering expression, his eyes lingering on Ning Chi for a few more breaths. Eat. Ning Chi smiled. In that case, please follow me. Shopkeeper Jean quickly made an inviting gesture. The waiter stared dumbfoundedly at the scene and suddenly said, "Shopkeeper, my leg, go get some medicine and eat it yourself." Shopkeeper Jean impatiently waved his hand. After a while, the waiter finally reacted and quickly asked a guard behind Shopkeeper Jean for help, allowing him to go to the pharmacy to get some medicine. If he wanted to grow a new leg in the future, unless he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would have to gather a sum of money and ask an immortal to reconstruct his body. Those people have extraordinary origins. Otherwise, why would Shopkeeper Jean, who always forgets about morality for the sake of profit, be so polite? I thought he would ask for a large sum of compensation from them. After the waiter was taken away, the diners on the first floor began to discuss, in low voices, Drifting Fragrance Restaurant's rooftop. This was the best seat in the Drifting Fragrance restaurant. Only a small portion of the people in the Moon City could afford to spend here. When the attendant on the rooftop saw that Ning Chi and the others were personally brought by Shopkeeper Jean, he quickly and attentively invited Ning Chi and the others to sit in front of a floor-to-ceiling window with a wide view. The buildings on the moon did not blindly imitate the ancient style. There were also some high technology integrated into it. That's normal. Otherwise, I would have thought that everyone had transmigrated back. Ning Chi smiled. Esteemed guests, because of the insensible waiter who disturbed you just now, today's food and accommodation are all free. Shopkeeper Jean said in a flattering manner, "You seem to recognize me." Ning Chi smiled thoughtfully. If the other party knew him, then it must be related to his last trip to Earth. It was just that Ning Chi was not familiar with Shopkeeper Jin's appearance in his memory. "No, I don't recognize you. Today is the first time I've seen you." Shopkeeper Jean was slightly startled before he quickly forced a smile. "Oh." Ning Chi smiled. After Shopkeeper Jean gave a few instructions to the waiter, he turned around and left the top floor. At the same time, a few of the diners couldn't help but stare at Ning Chi for a while longer because of Shopkeeper Jin's attitude. "Brother Wu, what do you think those monks are doing?" Ning Chi pursed his lips in a certain direction. From here, one could clearly see the group of monks from the Spirit Mountain meeting with another group of people in a public square. The leader of that force was also an Earth Immortal, but he was a bit weaker than Tathagata. He was only at the late Earth Immortal stage. "I do not know." Wu Yin shook her head lightly. "A monk?" When the diners at the other tables heard how Ning Chi addressed the Buddhist lord from the spiritual mountain, a strange look flashed across their eyes. There were a few young men and women sitting at a table. One of them seemed to want to stand up, but a woman beside him gently pressed the back of his hand. The woman got up and smiled at Ning Chi. "You guys look unfamiliar. Have you just arrived in our Guanghan city?" "Sort of." Ning Chi glanced at her indifferently. "Golden Core cultivation base. Where did you come from?" The woman continued. "This has nothing to do with you, right?" Nvaiwa rolled her eyes at the woman. "I'm being impulsive." The woman's eyes changed slightly, then she smiled at Nvaiwa. "Nvaiwa, be polite to people. You're still young. You don't know how to be polite when you're young. What will you do when you grow up?" Ning Chi smiled. "I know, Master." Nvaiwa nodded helplessly. "Master? So this girl is his slave? She doesn't seem to be a good person." Everyone thought to themselves. At this time, Ning Chi smiled at the woman and said, "We just came from Earth. What's your name?" Although Wu Yin didn't open her eyes, she also turned her head in Ning Chi's direction. "So you're a native from Earth. No wonder you don't even know the Buddhist lord of the spiritual mountain. You really are ignorant. Fortunately, they didn't hear what you said just now. Otherwise, you would be kneeling in front of the spiritual mountain and repenting." Before the woman could speak, a young man had already mocked her impatiently. The woman also seemed to have lost interest in Ning Chi and the others. She smiled and didn't answer Ning Chi's words, then sat down again. The few of them whispered. Although their voices were suppressed, others could still hear them if they listened carefully. They seemed to be talking about the power of the Buddhist lords of the spiritual mountain and the mysterious place that suddenly appeared outside the Moon City. As long as someone goes in, they will completely lose contact. No one has ever come out from there. At this moment, it is guarded by the heavenly court and no one is allowed to enter without permission. Then, this group of monks is planning to join forces with the late Earth immortal cultivator of the Moon City to force their way in? Through the whispers of those people, Ning Chi learned a lot of news. He exchanged glances with Wu Yin. Brother Wu, what do you think? This was the Moon Palace, so it's normal to have 1 or 2 secret realms. However, since we're here, we should go and take a look. Perhaps it's related to the person you're looking for, or there might be clues about Panga's axe. Wu Yin transmitted her voice. That's what I was thinking, but there's no hurry. Let's observe first. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. At this time, shopkeeper Jean returned, but this time he was sweating profusely. Behind him was a monk. It was Taming Dragon Arhot. Taming Dragon Arhot? Seeing this, the diners on the top floor showed a trace of shock on their faces. They quickly got up and saluted respectfully, including the young man and woman at the table just now. Only Ning Chi's side did not stand up, including the celestial dog, who was still lying on the ground. It only raised its eyelids and looked at Taming Dragon Arhot with disdain. I remember you guys. You're the children of the Dugu family, right? Taming Dragon Arhot glanced at the woman just now. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said in an unfathomable tone. Hearing this, Dugu Yun's face turned red, as if she was very excited. This little girl, Dugu Yun, greets Taming Dragon Arhot, and Taming Dragon Arhot nodded lightly, and his eyes fell on Ning Chi. Shopkeeper Jean, didn't you say that they're not upstairs? Taming Dragon Arhot looked coldly at Jean Delay. This one really didn't know that Arhot was looking for these people. Jean Delay smiled awkwardly while wiping the sweat on his face. Chapter 3291. Is what you said true? Arhot Taming Dragon said faintly. Buddha will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will he let go of someone who doesn't respect Buddha. Arhot Taming Dragon. I, Dugu Tian, am telling the truth. All the diners here today can testify for me. Dugu Tian cupped his hands together. Yes, I can testify for Brother Dugu. What they said just now is simply unbearable. Another young man said. There were more than 10 tables of other diners on the top floor, adding up to 50 to 60 people. These people must have a certain status in Lunar City to be able to dine here. They hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. After all, Ning Chi had indeed spoken rudely and called the Buddhas of spiritual mountain monks. Buddha was Buddha. How could they be called monks? Arhot Taming Dragon. I think this should be a misunderstanding. Shopkeeper Jean broke out in a cold sweat. Misunderstanding? So you're saying that they're all lying? Arhot Taming Dragon sneered. Dugu Yin also spoke at this time. Shopkeeper Jean, what we said is the truth. It's not surprising that you didn't know that you weren't here just now. Buddha was merciful and has already spared you once. I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. Today, follow me back to Spiritual Mountain and repent in front of Buddha. Arhot Taming Dragon put his palms together and said to Ning Chi and the others. At this moment, there seemed to be a Buddhist light rising behind him. His whole face was bathed in the golden light, looking extremely sacred. Great monk, your words are pleasant to hear. Since Buddha is merciful, what are you trying to do by coming here in private? Don't tell me you're planning to drink in this aroma tower. Ning Chi smiled. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Dugu Yin, Dugu Tian, and the others stared at Ning Chi with their mouths agape. They didn't expect that Ning Chi would dare to speak so rudely in front of the dragon-taming Arhut. Was he crazy? But on second thought, it seemed that when Arhut taming dragon came up just now, there seemed to be a sense of menace. Could it be that Arhut taming dragon didn't just happen to come here, but had another purpose? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the taming dragon Arhut with a strange look in their eyes. Arhut, taming dragon, was slightly startled, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He came to the drifting fragrance house just in time to see Ning Chi and the others enter the drifting fragrance house. Now that Ning Chi had exposed him, if he didn't come up with a better excuse, he would lose face. Suddenly, the corners of Arhut, taming dragon's mouth curled up slightly. Benefactor is really stubborn. Just now, I saw Benefactor connive with this black dog to injure a waiter, breaking his leg and turning him into a cripple. Buddha is merciful, so how can I let it go? Looks like you really have a bodhisattva's heart. Ning Chi laughed. How dare you speak to Arhut, taming dragon, in such a frivolous tone, even at this time? Dugutian said furiously, a mere human immortal full circle, and he's the dragon subduing Arhut? No wonder Earth immortals could also call themselves Buddhas and Masters. What should a sky immortal be called? What should a golden immortal be called? What should Zenith Heaven Golden immortal be called? Ning Chi laughed. Heavenly immortal? Golden immortal? A perfected golden immortal? Duguyin and the others were slightly startled upon hearing this. What nonsense is he babbling about? A heavenly immortal and golden immortal? Dugutian was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately laughed. However, Arhut taming dragon's eyes suddenly became serious, and his voice also became a little rough. Where the hell did you come from? What does it have to do with you where we came from? Ning Chi laughed. You all disrespect Buddha. Today, I will take you all back and make you kneel in front of the spiritual mountain. Arhut, taming dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of ferocity. His human immortal stage cultivation suddenly exploded from his body, and a terrifying spiritual power swept towards Ning Chi like a wave. When this spiritual power was about to reach Ning Chi, it turned into a huge palm and grabbed at Ning Chi. This was the most commonly used immortal spirit hand by human immortals, and it was also the most effective and easiest immortal art. No matter where they came from, since they know the realm above the earth immortal stage, they must be hiding some kind of secret. If I can get these secrets, thinking of this, the ferocity in Arhut taming dragon's eyes became more intense. So this is the strength of an Arhut. Duguyan's eyes flowed with a trace of brilliance, and Dugutian was also very excited. It was an extremely rare opportunity to see an Arhut in action at such a close distance, just as everyone was mentally prepared to see Ning Chi being suppressed. Ning Chi gently blew on it. Puff! The immortal spirit hand was immediately blown away. Arhut taming dragon was slightly startled, and then immediately attacked again. Ning Chi blew on it again. The immortal spirit hand that was condensed for the second time was blown away again. Impossible! Arhut, taming dragon, revealed a trace of panic. This time he condensed the immortal spirit hand for the third time, and this time he used 130% of his strength. The hand of immortal spirit, which was larger than the previous 2 times, was wrapped in majestic spiritual chi. It pressed down on Ning Chi with the weight of Mount Tai. This time, Ning Chi was too lazy to blow. Goddess Nvaiwa took a step forward, puffed up her mouth, and blew at the immortal spirit hand. Then, in front of dozens of stunned eyes, the immortal spirit hand was once again blown out. Am I seeing things? Dugutian cried out involuntarily. For a time, the scene became extremely silent. They knew that their eyes were not playing tricks on them, but that Arhut taming dragon's technique was indeed easily broken by the opponent. Even the little girl that everyone thought was his slave could easily break the Arhut taming dragon's technique. Who the hell are they? Duguyen's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. What kind of demonic technique are you using? Arhut, taming dragon, suddenly let out a furious roar. This time he reached out with both hands, and two immortal spirit hands appeared at the same time. Let's see how you can still boast this time. Arhut, taming dragon, revealed a strange smile. Ning, Qi, and Nuwa were motionless, because the celestial hound, who had been lying on the ground without any movement, suddenly stood up and blew gently. The two immortal spirit hands, condensed by the dragon subduing Arhut, were blown out again. Even this black dog, everyone was dumbfounded. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes flashed when he saw the scene, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. It's really him, it's really him. What else do you have? Just use it. Ningqi smiled. The Buddha Lord has heard my voice, and he will be here soon. Even if I am no match for you, you can forget about leaving Moon City today. A trace of fear flashed in Arhut, taming dragon's eyes, but he immediately calmed down. He had deliberately let out that angry roar just now. I'm sorry, I just laid down a layer of restrictive spell. I'm afraid that your backer won't be able to hear your voice. Ningqi smiled. What? When did you lay down the restrictive spell? Why didn't I see it? Chapter 3292. A faint smile hung on Ningqi's face as he looked at the Arhut. The expression on the Arhut's face gradually changed from panic to calmness. It was as if he had once again returned to the state of the mysterious Arhut of the Spirited Mountain. However, the scene just now had greatly changed the impression of the Spirited Mountain Arhut. Due to the power of the Spirited Mountain over the years, they didn't dare to doubt him for the time being. My strength is far inferior to yours. If I have offended you before, please forgive me. The Arhut suddenly put his palms together and bowed. The sudden apology caught Dugatian and the others off guard. It was as if their hearts had been hit hard by a hammer. Their faces turned green and red, and they didn't dare to look at Ningqi. Are you thinking that since you haven't made a big mistake, you can apologize first and leave just like that? Ningqi smiled. The Arhut was speechless for a moment. The area above his neck gradually turned red. Your Excellency, since I have already admitted my mistake, why are you being so aggressive? I'm not being aggressive, but you're courting death. Ningqi smiled. You want to kill me? A trace of disbelief flashed in the Arhut's eyes. Ever since he achieved success in his cultivation, he was promoted from a thief who killed and robbed people in the dark to the #1 figure under the Lord Buddha of the Spirited Mountain. The Arhut had never been threatened with death. Not only that, no matter where he went, everyone was respectful and didn't dare to offend him in the slightest. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to convert you. Ningqi smiled, put his palms together, and said the name of Buddha, Amit Ba. Buzz. The Arhut only felt a tremor in his mind. Then he was horrified to find that his body was constantly shattering. It was like a mirror with countless cracks on it. No, the Arhut couldn't speak and could only roar wildly in his heart. However, his prayers were completely useless now. Soon his body completely shattered, leaving only a skeleton standing in the same place. However, Ningqi didn't destroy his soul. After the Arhut died, his soul was in a daze for a few breaths before it was suddenly pulled into the void by a force. Looks like the underworld is getting smoother and smoother. I wonder how many reincarnating ancient immortals King Qingguang and the others have found. Ningqi smiled and looked at Wu Yin. Perhaps in 100 years, or perhaps 1,000 years, most of the ancient immortals will return. Wu Yin smiled. Everyone stared blankly at the skeleton left by the dragon-taming Arhut, and then heard the words Underworld, King Qingguang, and ancient immortals from Ningqi's mouth. Although they could not distinguish the specific meaning of these words in such a short time, they could associate them with the word underworld. What was it? Could they be the black and white impermanence? Duguyen looked at Ningqi in shock. Then, She immediately shifted her gaze away. Her eyes were filled with fear. Since the heavenly court and the spirited mountain had reappeared in the world, it wasn't strange for the underworld to appear as well. However, she shuddered at the thought of the eerie and terrifying place the underworld was. Whether it was the heavenly court or the spirited mountain, they both represented life on the surface. However, Duguyin could only think of death in the underworld. When she thought of how a terrifying existence, like the dragon-taming Arhut, was powerless against the other party and died in such a strange manner, Duguyin was certain of her guess. I'm so stupid. Why did I offend them just now? Duguyin was filled with regret. Esteemed guest, the dragon-taming Arhut died in the fragrance inn. I'm afraid, shopkeeper Jean wanted to cry. Don't worry. Those bald donkeys won't come looking for trouble with you, as long as they have some brains. Ning Chi smiled. With Ning Chi's guarantee, shopkeeper Jean immediately heaved a sigh of relief. No one else dared to speak. They didn't even dare to move their fingers. The death of Arhut taming dragon was too shocking for them. Dugu Tian, who had personally criticized Ning Chi just now, was already trembling in fear. He couldn't control his body, no matter what. Shopkeeper Jean, you seem to really know me? Ning Chi looked at Jean de Lai and smiled. Shopkeeper Jean hesitated for a few breaths. When his eyes met Ning Chi's, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He quickly whispered, Senior, when I was young, I was fortunate enough to see your portrait. My father said that the person in the portrait could be the immortal who caused the earth to change. Someone left behind a portrait of me? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. It seemed that the portrait was left behind by someone familiar from Earth. Caused the earth to change? Dugu Yin and the others shuddered as if they were struck by lightning. They were completely dumbfounded. You just said that a mysterious mystic realm appeared outside Moon City? Ning Chi looked at Dugu Yin and smiled. Reporting to Senior, that is indeed the case. The mystic realm is currently being guarded by the immortals of the heavenly court. Dugu Yin quickly answered. Brother Wu, let's go take a look. Ning Chi smiled. Wu Yin nodded, just as everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief. Wu Yin suddenly turned around and faced Dugu Tian. Slap yourself. Yes, Dugu Tian originally heaved a sigh of relief. Because of Wu Yin's movement, he was extremely nervous. In the end, when he learned that he only needed to slap himself, he calmed down and felt like he had escaped from death. However, what Wu Yin said next made him speechless. 1 year right here. If you stop within this year, I will personally send you to hell. With that, Wu Yin, Ning Chi, and the others disappeared from the staircase. That senior wants me to slap myself here for a year? Dugu Tian stared blankly at Dugu Yin. When the others looked at Dugu Tian, they couldn't help but have a trace of pity in their eyes. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Dugu Tian became the biggest joke in Moon City. Slap yourself. At least you can keep your life. Dugu Yin sighed. Yes, Dugu Tian seemed to have accepted his fate. Slap after slap landed on his own face. Seeing this, the others paid their bills and left, not daring to stay any longer. In less than 10 minutes, a middle-aged man hurried to the top of the drifting fragrance in with a group of guards. When he saw Dugu Tian slapping himself, his expression became incomparably furious. Dugu Tian, you're a disgrace to me. Father, it's not me, it's... Dugu Tian slapped himself as he explained with a flushed face. Uncle, it's like this, Dugu Yin hurriedly explained in a low voice. Dugu Changhen was slightly startled and looked at the skeleton. This is the dragon subduing Arhut? Yes. Dugu Yin nodded. Dugu Tian also stopped. Unexpectedly, Dugu Changhen turned around and slapped him. What are you stopping for? Continue. Chapter 30, 293. Dugu Yin, the Buddhist lord of Spirited Mountain, is discussing something important with the city lord. Come with me to see the master and let him decide if we should report this matter to Spirited Mountain. Dugu Changhen said with a solemn expression. All right. Dugu Yun nodded. Soon, they arrived at the Dugu clan and met with the master of the Dugu clan, Dugu Batian. There were 4 major clans in Glacial City that were extremely powerful. The masters of each clan were at the perfected human immortal realm. Dugu Batian was one of the best among them and had a high chance of entering the Earth immortal realm. Master, a few powerful figures have come to our Glacial City. Even Arhut, taming dragon, was killed by them. Dugu Changhen said while cupping his fists, Arhut, taming dragon, is dead. Dugu Batian was slightly taken aback as a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. He immediately asked, what happened? Dugu Yin, you've witnessed everything from the beginning. You'll tell the master about it. Dugu Changhen said. Yes. Dugu Yin began to narrate in a low voice. Dugu Baishan's expression turned extremely solemn when she finished. The person who caused the mutation on Earth. Master, I'm afraid we can't keep this a secret for long. Why don't we report this to the Buddhist Lord and the City Lord? Dugu Changhen said in a low voice. Only in this way could he borrow the hands of the Buddhist Lord of Spirited Mountain and the Governor of Moon City to rescue his son. If Dugu Tian were to be slapped in the Drifting Fragrance House for a year, not only would the Dugu family lose face, how would he, Dugu Changhen, be able to face others? Dugu Batian pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly and stood up. Both of you, come with me. Mr. Wu Gang, if you don't make a decision now, all the treasures in the mystic realm will fall into the hands of the heavenly court. I'm afraid it won't be easy for your glacial city to stay out of it. The Buddhist Lord of Spirited Mountain advised the middle-aged man with a smile. This Wu Gang built the glacial city on the moon and changed his name. He wants to use it to establish a relationship with the immortals of the legends and learn from Spirited Mountain and the heavenly court. What wishful thinking! The Buddhist Lord of the Spirited Mountain chuckled on the surface, but he was secretly thinking disdainfully. Lord Buddha, you know my strength as well. I'm really unable to contend with that person from the heavenly court. There's no need to involve my moon city in the dispute between the two of you, right? Wu Gang smiled bitterly. Behind him stood a dozen top experts in Guanghan City, all of whom were above the human immortal stage. But compared to the forces on the spiritual mountain, Guanghan City was somewhat inadequate. If Wu Gang wasn't a late Earth immortal expert, it was unknown whether Guanghan City could survive until now. When Wu Gang's men saw that their city lord could only smile bitterly in front of the Spirited Mountain's Buddhist Lord, they felt a little disappointed. The difference in strength between Moon City and Spirit Mountain was too great. Ever since the world changed, we have obtained the immortal fate. We have relied on various secret realms to reach this step. However, we have already explored all the secret realms on Earth. Every time a secret realm appears, it will be accompanied by an extremely terrifying, fierce beast. If you don't join forces with me this time, we won't be able to obtain the secret realms outside Moon City. Do you think the heavenly court will help you if a ferocious beast walks out of this mystic realm in the future? The Spirited Mountain's Buddhist Lord smiled. This Wu Gang's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation. If he chose to stand with the Spirited Mountain's Buddhist Lord today, he would definitely offend the heavenly court. Although the distance between the moon and Mars was very far, even if the experts of the heavenly court wanted to cross the starry sky, it would not be an easy task. As long as the heavenly court's Jade Emperor personally took action, Guanghan City would not be able to stop him for half a day. Even time would not be able to stop him. City Lord, Patriarch Dugu has an important matter to report. He wants to see you. A young man hurried over and bowed to the Spirited Mountain's Buddhist Lord before speaking to Wu Gang. Important matter? Wu Gang frowned slightly. Let him come over. Yes. Not long after, Dugu Batian brought Dugu Changhen and Dugu Yin to the Spirited Mountain's Buddhist Lord and Wu Gang. The three of them bowed respectfully to the two. I heard that you have an important matter to report? Wu Gang said lightly. Dugu Batian nodded and subconsciously glanced at the Spirited Mountain's Buddhist lord. If you have something to say, don't hesitate. Wu Gang frowned. It's like this. Our Hoot Taming Dragon was ambushed in the Drifting Fragrance Inn and was killed by an unknown existence. Dugu Batian gritted his teeth and explained the matter in a low voice. Although the Spirited Mountain's Buddhist lord did not say anything, the group of monks behind him exchanged glances and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. You said that our Hoot Taming Dragon was killed. Why didn't we know about it? The Drifting Fragrance Inn is that inn, right? It's only a li away from here. The Spirited Mountain's Buddhist lord looked at Dugu Batian indifferently. Reporting to the Buddhist lord, this matter is absolutely true. My clan's disciples saw it with their own eyes. Dugu Batian hurriedly said, How could senior brother, Taming Dragon, be killed without anyone noticing? He's a perfected human immortal. Some of the monks had doubts in their eyes. Could it be that the heavenly court took advantage of him? The Spirited Mountain's Buddhist lord's eyes turned cold. He turned around and walked towards the Drifting Fragrance Inn. The monks behind him immediately followed. Seeing this, Wu Gang only hesitated for a few breaths before following. Not long after, the two of them saw the white skeleton left behind by Arhut Taming Dragon. Buddhist lord, is it really Arhut Taming Dragon? Wu Gang looked at the white skeleton with doubt in his eyes. Arhut Taming Dragon was a perfected human immortal. To be able to turn him into a skeleton without anyone noticing even a li away, it could only mean that the culprit was at least an earth immortal. It's indeed the smell of Taming Dragon. The Spirited Mountain's Buddhist lord's voice became a little gloomy. He looked at Dugu Batian and the others and said coldly, Where is the demon who killed my Arhut now? Reporting to the Buddhist lord, he must have gone to the secret realm outside the city. Dugu Batian stopped what he was doing and said with a flushed face, It's indeed related to the heavenly court. Wu Gang, my Arhut Taming Dragon died for no reason in your lunar city. If you don't make a decision, I'll join forces with the heavenly court to suppress your lunar city. The Spirited Mountain's Buddhist lord said indifferently, Buddhist lord, please don't be angry. If that's the case, I'll go with you. Wu Gang sighed in his heart and said helplessly, he didn't want the lunar city that he had painstakingly built to be taken away by this group of bald donkeys. You guys come with me. Wu Gang looked at Dugu Batian and the others and said, Chapter 3294. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals outside did not notice the arrival of Ning Qi and the others. This was because the average cultivation level of this group of heavenly soldiers was only around the divine transformation realm. There were a few who were at the form synthesis realm, and there were only a few dozen who were at the Mahayana realm. They were already dressed differently from ordinary heavenly soldiers. One of the generals attracted Ning Qi's attention. That guy held a three-pointed, double-edged sword and had a red mark between his eyebrows. There was a big black dog beside him, which kept barking at the door aggressively. It was a divine transformation realm demonic beast. Brother Wu, do you have a long-lost younger brother? Ning Qi could not help but laugh. This was too funny. Wu Yin was expressionless, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. One could see his current mood. On the other hand, the celestial hound looked at the big black dog with interest. It was not angry because the big black dog was imitating it. Ning Qi's eyes moved, and he suddenly realized that it was a female dog. Someone else is here. Wu Yin said indifferently. They did not act rashly because they wanted to see if the appearance of this mystic realm had anything to do with the existence that suppressed Ji Fei. They looked up and saw an auspicious cloud floating in the sky. A golden dragon throne stood on the auspicious cloud, and a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura sat on it. Judging from his attire, He should be the Jade Emperor of the heavenly courts. Behind the Jade Emperor stood the immortals of the heavenly courts. There were also many children holding large fans for the Jade Emperor and waving them gently. Neza, pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, 8 immortals. Is that Tai Bai jinxing? Could it be the Grand Supreme Elder? Ning Qi saw an old man in a Taoist robe. He had white hair and a white beard, and he looked like an immortal. He could not help but laugh. It was no wonder that people believed that this was the heavenly courts. The cosplayers were too professional. Ning Qi suspected that there might be an immortal among them who had started out as a cosplayer. Greetings, Jade Emperor. The fake Erlang led the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals and bowed in unison. Their voices swept in all directions like a tsunami under the surge of immortal qi. The Jade Emperor nodded indifferently, and his gaze landed on the door that was wrapped in thick fog. Did any of the immortals who entered previously walk out? No, the fake Erlang hurriedly said. The Jade Emperor frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes moved. Not far away, the Buddhist lord of the spirited mountain brought the Buddhas, Wu Gang, and the other immortals of the Moon City through the air. Duguyin, who was following behind Digabatian, was startled at first when she saw the situation, and then she gasped. She didn't expect that even the Jade Emperor would come here personally. She then reacted and looked around, as if trying to find traces of Ning Qi and the others. Tathagata, Wu Gang, it looks like you too are planning to join forces? The Jade Emperor said lightly. Wu Gang's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. Although the Moon City was not under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, he had an agreement with the Jade Emperor that he would not interfere in the matters between the Heavenly Court and the Spirited Mountain. However, he was forced by Rulai this time and had no choice but to wade into this muddy water. Jade Emperor, why do you say that? Wu Gang and I just happened to meet each other. This secret realm belongs to everyone. We can't let the Heavenly Court monopolize it, right? Rulai smiled slightly. At the same time, his divine will was also searching for Ning Qi and the others, who had killed Arhut Taming Dragon, just like Duguyin. Ning Qi and the others were only a few dozen feet away from Rulai. But Rulai's divine will couldn't find any traces of Ning Qi and the others. The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, as if thinking about the odds of the Heavenly Court winning if they fought. In the end, he came to a conclusion that if Wu Gang participated in the battle, he was not 100% sure that he could win this battle. Fine, then let's look at this secret realm together. The Jade Emperor nodded slowly. When the other immortals saw this, they couldn't help but look at the Jade Emperor. Among them, the fake Erlang's mouth moved as if he wanted to say something. But when he noticed that Rulai's gaze fell on him with a faint smile, he immediately shut his mouth. Time passed minute by minute. Both sides stood silently in front of the door, but no one dared to take the lead to enter. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Brother Wu, why don't we go in and have a look? Ning Qi smiled. Wu Yin thought about it and nodded slightly. With his and Ning Qi's strength, as long as it wasn't the existence suspected to be at the 4th step behind the door, there would basically be no problem. In the next moment, Ning Qi and the others suddenly appeared in the air and walked directly toward the door. The cultivators of the Heavenly Court, Spiritual Mountain, and Moon City were inexplicably shocked by the appearance of Ning Qi and the others. After a few breaths of time, someone finally reacted. Who are you? The fake Erlang roared loudly. The fake celestial hound beside him also barked. Lord Buddha, it's him. Duguyin said subconsciously as soon as she saw Ning Qi. Huh. Rulai's gaze swept up and down, but his eyes became solemn because he couldn't see through the cultivation of Ning Qi and the others. Wu Gang's curious gaze also fell on Ning Qi. He was secretly suspicious in his heart. Was Arhut Taming Dragon killed by these people? Stop him. The Jade Emperor frowned slightly. The fake Erlang immediately soared into the sky and pointed the 3-pointed double-edged saber at Ning Chi and the others. He shouted, "Kneel quickly or you'll be killed." Ning Chi couldn't help but glance at Wu Yin. He held back his laughter and asked the fake Erling, "Who are you?" "I'm perfected Lord Guanko Erling Xianxing. Why aren't you guys surrendering?" The fake Erling said with an imposing aura. So the legendary perfected Lord Guanko Erling Xianxing is actually only a perfected human immortal? I've really widened my horizons today. Don't tell me you're a fake? Ning Chi smiled. The fake Erling was slightly stunned, and then he was enraged. Everyone could hear a hint of mockery in Ning Chi's words. This guy, Erling Shin, is famous for being good at fighting. How dare he provoke Erling Shin? The cultivators of Moon City couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. The Buddhist lord of Spiritual Mountain was silent, but he was looking forward to the fake Erling making a move so that he could test the other party's strength. How dare you? Who dares to impersonate me in this world? The fake Erling said angrily, "Bullsh *T. If you're Erling Shin, then who is this person beside me?" Ning Chi couldn't help but point at Wu Yin. Who is this person beside him? Who the hell knows? Everyone looked at Ning Chi strangely. What kind of nonsense is this? Wu Yin chuckled and slowly raised his right hand. A three-pointed, double-edged saber with a much stronger aura than the fake Erling's appeared. At the same time, his clothes began to change. Not long after, an awe-inspiring divine general appeared. Woof! The celestial hound barked. At this moment, there were two Erling Shin in front of everyone. However, the fake Erling's aura was completely suppressed by Wu Yin's. Chapter 32:95. The Jade Emperor didn't smile because of the Buddhist lord's sarcasm. They knew that those things were just myths and didn't exist in reality. They weren't characters in the myths either. They only purposely created the illusion of myths in order to control the faith of mortals. If you're the real Buddhist lord, you can even suppress the great sage, heaven's equal, just like that. Wouldn't this Erling Shin be easily suppressed? A trace of mockery flashed across the Jade Emperor's eyes. He looked at Wu Yin with a stern expression and said indifferently, "Why are you pretending to be Erling Shin? If you're dissatisfied with the heavenly court, just say it. Why do you have to do such a laughable thing? Jade Emperor, such a demon must be killed." The fake Erling said righteously. He didn't think that Erling Shin was a match for him. At the same time, he was furious. Erling Shin had been with him for many years. He had long regarded himself as the real Erling Shin. He was the only Erling Shin in the world. How could he allow others to steal his position? The Jade Emperor slightly nodded. Then, Erling Shin, you shall deal with this evil demon yourself and return the world to a bright place. Thank you, Jade Emperor. The fake Erling bowed. The next moment, the red mark between his brows glowed faintly. The red light seemed to condense into an eye. That's Erling Shin's heavenly eye. Once the heavenly eye opens, all demons and monsters in the world will be eliminated. Whether it was the immortals from the heavenly court, the Arhats from the spiritual mountain, or Wu Gang's subordinates from Moon City, all of them couldn't help but have a hint of seriousness in their eyes. Whoosh! A beam of red light shot out of the fake Erling's divine eye and shot toward Wu Yin's vital points. The power of this beam of red light had slightly surpassed the fake's cultivation base at the peak of the paramount stage of the human celestial stage. Special ability, or divine ability. It seems that the changes on Earth not only allowed many people to step onto the path of cultivation, but also allowed them to activate divine abilities. With such aptitude and cultivation, they're considered top-notch in the immortal realm. There are no less than 50 people with such aptitude here. With the population on Earth and the appearance of so many geniuses, it seems that Earth might really be formed from the heart of the Supreme Saint Pangu. Every time the heart beats, the overflowing energy will fuse with the blood of some people, resulting in the current situation. Ning Chi's heart stirred. His speculation about the changes on Earth was closer to the truth. Is that guy scared out of his wits? Seeing that Wu Yin was not moving, everyone was secretly suspicious. Only the Jade Emperor, the Buddhist lord of the spirited mountain Wu Gang, and a few others had a serious look on their faces. Just as everyone was guessing what would happen next, the eye between Wu Yin's eyebrows suddenly opened. Her golden pupils contained a sacred and inviolable aura as they locked onto the fake Erling. At this moment, it was as though a boundless golden light was being emitted from the eye between Wu Yin's eyebrows. When the red light encountered the golden light, it was like tofu colliding with a sword, and it instantly dissipated. Not only that, but the mark between the brows of the fake Erling was also directly burned into a piece of charcoal. He let out a painful howl and stretched out his hand to cover the spot between his brows, looking at Wu Yin with shock and anger. His divine art was destroyed by Wu Yin. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing that its master was injured, the fake Erling's howling celestial dog immediately let out a series of barks and was about to pounce on Wu Yin. In the end, a black light flashed, and the fake Erling's howling celestial dog was caught by the real howling celestial dog and dragged far away. What happened next was a very embarrassing scene. When the female immortals saw this, their faces turned red, and they looked away, not daring to look again. Howling! Wu Yin shouted softly. The howling celestial dog whimpered, and then calmly stopped what it was doing. With the big black dog wagging its tail, it ran to Wu Yin's side and barked a few times as if to please her. The female dog in the divine transformation realm also seemed to have noticed that the cultivation of the howling celestial dog was countless times stronger than its own. It immediately betrayed its original master and fawned on Wu Yin with the howling celestial dog. This, everyone looked at each other. You guys imitated the ancient myths and created the heavenly court. I don't care about Spirited Mountain, but this person beside me is the real deal, Erling Xianxing. It's not very polite of you to show off in front of him. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Ning, how much longer are you going to tease me? Wu Yin looked at Ning Qi and sent a voice transmission. Ning Qi was slightly stunned and then smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Wu Yin to be so sharp. The demons are strong. I didn't expect that even Erling is no match for them. Buddhist Lord, why don't you suppress them? Didn't you distinguish the real and fake Monkey Kings back then? The Jade Emperor suddenly looked at the Buddhist Lord of the Spirited Mountain. Times have changed. The Buddhist Lord of the Spirited Mountain smiled mysteriously. However, he was cursing the Jade Emperor in his heart. The other party's strength was so unfathomable, and he still wanted him to fight? It would be fine if he was really that person. The key was that he was just a fake and his strength was only at the perfected earth level. The other party was very likely to be a heaven immortal. Who are you, demon? How dare you show off in front of the deities? A loud voice was heard. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal appeared on an auspicious cloud. Behind the old man was a monkey. The monkey had an arrogant expression, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Patriarch Subhoodie has arrived. The Jade Emperor suddenly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Patriarch Subhoodie. The deities of the heavenly court cupped their fists and bowed. This guy has also reached the perfected earth level. Looks like the heavenly court is more powerful than the Spirited Mountain. The Buddhist Lord of the Spirited Mountain didn't look too good, but he was relieved. As long as they were stronger, they would be more confident in dealing with Ning Qi and the other outsiders. Ning Qi looked at the Patriarch Subhoodie in a daze, and at the same time he glanced at the monkey next to him. Wu Yin's lips curled into a smile, and she said in a low voice, Brother Ning, the North Mystic Celestial Emperor used to be Patriarch Subhoodie and had great prestige among the ancient deities. Do you have a long-lost brother? Karma in the present. He had just laughed at Wu Yin, and now he was being laughed at by Wu Yin. Ning Qi shook his head with a wry smile. I don't have a long-lost brother. Pausing for a moment, He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion towards Patriarch Subhuti. Even the monkey next to him was pulled over. The two of them were planning to land on the ground, but with Ning Chi grabbing them, they flew towards Ning Chi and knelt down with a thud. A look of astonishment appeared on Patriarch Subhuti's face. The unruly monkey also looked at Ning Chi in shock. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't get up. Chapter 3296. A perfected Earth Immortal was suppressed just like that. It wasn't until Ning Chi made his move that the Buddhist Lord and the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court realized just how powerful Ning Chi was. Shock filled their eyes, and fear flashed in their depths. The fake Erling was dumbfounded. The rest of the immortals of the Heavenly Court also looked at Patriarch Subhuti and the monkey, dumbfounded. Among them, there was no lack of people who had asked Patriarch Subhuti for guidance, and they knew very well that Patriarch Subhuti's cultivation base was unfathomable and not much different from the Jade Emperor's. And yet, such an existence was instantly suppressed. Then the Jade Emperor and the Buddhist Lord, how could he be so powerful? Dugu Yin could not hide the fear in her eyes. She wanted to slap herself a dozen times. Why did she accuse Ning Chi just now? Luckily, I didn't ask Tian to stop. Dugu Changhen felt resentful. Dugu Batian subconsciously glanced at Dugu Yin and Dugu Changhen, anger rising in his heart. They almost got him killed. Fortunately, none of them made a move just now. Do you think the ancient myths are all fake? Cosplaying the Heavenly Court's immortals and the spirited mountains Buddhas? Ning Chi said calmly. Cosplay. Some cultivators who did not know the truth subconsciously looked at the Jade Emperor and the others. The immortals and arhats of the Heavenly Court and Spirited Mountain did not know how to respond. What was real could not be fake, and what was fake could not be real. They knew very well that the two factions were only created by imitating the ancient myths. They had nothing to do with those immortals and Buddhas. They were just deliberately following those legends. Your Excellency. No, Senior, we know our mistakes. The Jade Emperor immediately walked down from the dragon throne and cupped his fists at Ning Chi with a bitter smile. Since you know your mistakes, you should know what to do. Ning Chi said calmly. Yes, the Jade Emperor nodded. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. He then glanced at the immortals and said softly, Everyone return to your original bodies. The immortals looked at each other. After a dozen breaths, the armor on their bodies disappeared and they returned to their original attire. They looked slightly awkward. Is the Heavenly Court really fake? This group of people is the same as us, just that their cultivation is slightly higher than ours. Most of the cultivators from Guanghan City didn't know the secret. When they saw the Jade Emperor and the others change their appearances, and some even put on suits, they came to a sudden realization. Senior, do you think this will do? The Jade Emperor was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, and he looked like he was in his 30s. He looked at Ning Chi awkwardly and felt very uneasy. That's more or less enough. In the future, don't try to play tricks. How can the ancient immortal clan be something that you all can imitate? Ning Chi said lightly. Yes, Senior, we understand. There won't be a next time. The Jade Emperor did not dare to put on airs anymore. Since he had been exposed, he returned to his original personality. There was a hint of flattery in the smile on his face. At the same time, there was a hint of fear and shock in his eyes as he looked at Wu Yin. He kept guessing in his heart, could Wu Yin really be the legendary Erlang? True monarch? What about you guys? Ning Chi looked at the Buddhist Lord of Spirited Mountain indifferently. Amit Ba, Spirited Mountain's Buddhist Lord, put his palms together. Pa! Ning Chi waved his hand, and his giant-like body was instantly sent flying far away. In the next instant, he was grabbed back by a surge of power. With a boom, he and Patriarch Subhuti both knelt down in front of Ning Chi. The Buddhist Lord of Spirited Mountain had a look of horror in his eyes. Senior, don't. Are you addicted to pretending to be a monk? And you're still saying Amit Ba to me? Ning Chi looked at him indifferently. The Buddhist lord of Spirited Mountain hurriedly said with a wronged expression, "Senior, before I started cultivating, I was the abbot of a temple." "Oh, you're really a Buddhist cultivator?" Ning Chi's eyes moved, and he looked at him strangely. But in the next moment he immediately shook his head. "Buddhas are merciful and will not be greedy for the mortal world. Since you were a monk back then, you're now pretending to be the Buddhist lord of Spirited Mountain and allowing your subordinates to do whatever they want. You've already gone against the essence of Buddhism. You don't have the right to be a monk. Then this junior will immediately renounce asceticism." The Buddhist lord of Spirited Mountain did not say another word. Seeing this, the rest of the Arhats were like defeated roosters. Not only did they take off their monk robes, but they also changed into a variety of clothes like the immortals of the heavenly court. Most of them were similar to t-shirts, shirts, suits. I really can't stand it anymore. Could it be that the Spirited Mountain that I've respected for so long is also fake? The heavenly court is fake, the Spirited Mountain is fake, and City Lord Wugang is naturally not the infatuated immortal who has been chopping trees outside the Moon Palace for chai? When the cultivators of Moon City thought of this, they looked at Wugang with a trace of hostility. Even if Wugang's cultivation was higher than theirs, who wouldn't be angry after deceiving them for so long? Thinking about it carefully, every cultivator who was deceived felt that they had been fooled for countless years. A sense of humiliation. Junior's real name is Fong Qingyang. I'm not the Wugang of the ancient myths. Please forgive me, Senior. When Wugang saw Ning Chi looking at him, he immediately put on a smile on his face and bowed. The expressions of the cultivators of Moon City were uncertain. In the end, it turned into endless resentment and surged towards Wugang in waves. From now on, don't impersonate others. Otherwise, if I find out, you know the consequences. Ning Chi smiled. Yes, Brother Wu, let's go in and have a look. Ning Chi said to Wu Yin. Wu Yin nodded, but this time he didn't put away the three-pointed, double-edged sword. In the face of an unknown place, he naturally had to be ready to fight. Ning Chi and his group entered the door that was shrouded in thick fog one after another, including the celestial hound that impersonated Erling. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, the Jade Emperor took the lead and probed. Even such a senior has entered. Perhaps there are treasures hidden inside? What do you think? The Buddhist lord of Spirited Mountain snorted coldly. Patriarch Subhuti stood up from the ground in shock. Who are they? Is that guy really Erling Shin? When everyone heard this, their faces suddenly became extremely solemn. There was a feeling of extreme fear. If those immortals and Buddhas really existed in this world, then what they had done during this period of time, if the other party's hot-tempered existence knew, wouldn't they all be wiped out? Maybe, but we're not talking about this now. Do you want to go in and have a look? The Jade Emperor said thoughtfully. Aren't you afraid of those seniors? I think we can't even beat that black dog. The Buddhist lord of Spirited Mountain said helplessly. Chapter 3297. Join forces! The Buddhist lord and Wu Gang were tempted. After a few moments of hesitation, they looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to the Jade Emperor's invitation. Then let's go in. The Jade Emperor's eyes flashed with greed, as if he was fantasizing about the opportunities he would obtain in this secret land. Not long after, except for a few cultivators who did not dare to enter the gate, the rest of the cultivators walked into the fog-shrouded gate under the lead of the three. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. The roar of thunder constantly reverberated in all directions. Ning Chi and Wu Yin stood side by side with solemn expressions. Even the celestial dog did not flirt with the female dog anymore. Instead, it stared at the shocking scene in front of it. In the void, a giant axe that was countless miles long was constantly swinging. A figure was moving around in front of the giant axe, dodging the axe's attacks while using various techniques. When these techniques landed on the giant axe, the light on the giant axe dimmed a little. In such a huge space, there seemed to be only the existence of the giant axe and the figure. Ning Qi and Wu Yin seemed extremely small. After they entered the gate behind them disappeared. It was as if they had appeared on a special planet. There was not a trace of green on this planet, and the ground was full of yellow soil. Not long after, the Jade Emperor and the others also appeared behind Ning Qi and the others. When they saw Ning Qi and Wu Yin, their faces were filled with horror. Just as they were about to step forward and greet them, their eyes were attracted by the giant axe and the figure's attack. Their expressions gradually became stunned. "Brother Wu, is this giant axe Penga's axe?" Ning Qi asked with a serious look. "It's very likely. I smell a trace of Khanate Qi that is at least 3rd grade or above from it. Even the immortal slaying gourd that you have can't compare with it." Wu Yin nodded. "Then this person should be the existence that suppressed Ji Fei. His cultivation is at least at the 4th step of the Karma realm." Ning Qi's eyes fell on the figure. The figure was shrouded in darkness. He could not see its figure, nor could he tell whether it was a man or a woman. In fact, he could not even tell whether it was a human. "I wonder where Ji Fei is being suppressed, or if he was directly killed." Ning Qi retracted his gaze from the figure and looked around. This place didn't seem to be too small. If he wanted to search around, he would have to use his divine sense to the fullest. However, Ning Qi wasn't sure if he would attract the attention of that figure. If he was suppressed by that figure, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Perhaps Ji Fei accidentally stepped into this place and was suppressed by this person. Thinking of this, Ning Qi suddenly felt his hair stand on end. In the next moment, he disappeared with the group of cultivators behind him. When they reappeared, they were already tens of miles away. Wu Yin's movements were as fast as Ning Qi's. Boom! A black palm fell from the sky, suppressing the place where Ning Qi and the others had just stood. The earth trembled because of this movement. With the black palm as the center, dense cracks spread in all directions. Before everyone could react, the black palm suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Ning Qi sensed that the existence shrouded in darkness seemed to be looking at him. That's the mastermind. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Originally, he had thought that the other party would attack again. However, the giant axe seemed to have become even more ferocious, causing the other party to be unable to deal with them. For the time being, the other party had no intention of attacking. Only then did the Jade Emperor and the others react. Their faces turned pale. They thought that there were countless treasures inside that could increase their cultivation. They didn't expect it to be a desolate area. Moreover, there were terrifying almighty figures fighting here. If they hadn't left their original spot for no reason, they were afraid that they would have died. Was he killed by that black palm? "Thank you for saving me, Senior." The Jade Emperor suddenly took a step forward and cupped his hands. The Buddhist lord of the Spirited Mountain, Wu Gang, Duga Batian, Duga Changhen, and the others finally came to their senses. How could they not know that Ning Qi had saved them? They hurriedly cupped their fists in gratitude and subconsciously moved closer to Ning Qi. At the same time, their eyes were on high alert in case another palm fell from the sky for no reason. "What are you doing here?" Ning Qi frowned and said, "Don't you know that it's very dangerous inside?" The Jade Emperor's face revealed a trace of awkwardness. "Senior, we thought that there was an opportunity in here. I didn't expect." As he spoke, he looked at the doomsday-like scene in the sky and couldn't continue speaking. "That door is gone. We can't get out," Dugayin suddenly said. She didn't look too good either. She had just escaped from death, but now her face was as pale as a patient's. No wonder the cultivators who entered this place didn't manage to get out. They must have all died under that black palm. If it wasn't for the senior, we would have died on the spot. Thinking of this, the cultivators whose cultivation levels ranged from soul formation to human immortals and earth immortals all felt a deep sense of fear. Get away from this place. The aftermath of this battle isn't something you can bear. Run as far as you can while that person isn't free. Ning Qi said calmly. Yes. Someone immediately turned and fled. They didn't want to stay in such a dangerous place. If they looked carefully, they might be able to find a way out of this place. The Jade Emperor and the others also fled far away. However, they stopped 100 miles away and looked over. Greedy snakes trying to swallow elephants. Wu Yin still didn't open her eyes. She said calmly with a hint of mockery in her tone. Brother Wu, in fact, we are also greedy people now. Do you think there's a way to make him and the giant axe hurt each other? Then we can take the giant axe and see if it's the same primordial spiritual treasure as the Pengo axe? Ning Qi said with a smile. He didn't transmit his voice. His voice spread out openly. The figure, shrouded in the darkness, naturally heard it and took the time to look at Ning Qi. Sure enough, he has been paying attention to the movement here. However, he didn't make a move even though I provoked him with words. Perhaps this has been a fierce battle that has lasted for many years. Neither side dares to stop, for fear of being suppressed by the other. That palm just now should be his limit in a short time. In a short time, the existence suspected to be at the 4th step should not be able to deal with him and Wu Yin. He had to think of a solution during this period. At the very least, he had to leave this place and return to the moon. Only then could he use the All-Heaven Talisman to return to the central continent. Lu Zhou temporarily avoided it. At this time, Chapter 3298. In an instant, Ning Qi and Wu Yin's attacks appeared in front of the figure, forming a pincer attack with the giant axe, because if he dodged the giant axe's attack, he would have to take the axe head-on. Therefore, the figure chose to take Ning Qi and Wu Yin's attack head-on. When the two's attacks landed on him, it was like a stone thrown into a lake, only making a small splash. However, no matter how small the splash was, it would still affect the lake. Therefore, after the figure took the two's attack head-on, his movement seemed to slow down, and he was almost cut by the giant axe. You deserve to die. It was like the voice of the dead from hell. It was hoarse and sharp. Everyone could hear two completely different styles from it. As soon as the voice was heard, Ning Qi and Wu Yin couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their faces turned red and their blood surged. Jade Emperor and the others who were 100 miles away only suffered a little because they weren't specially taken care of. But this little bit of aftermath made them vomit 3 liters of blood. Retreat, retreat further! Jade Emperor shouted in a low voice and retreated a few 100 miles. Spirited Mountain Buddhist Lord Wu Gang and the others also retreated. When they were a few 100 miles away, they looked at the giant axe and the figure with lingering fear. At the same time, in their eyes, Ning Qi and Wu Yin, who were faintly discernible with immortal palaces behind them, became mysterious and sacred existences. They had never thought of such a method. The 2 seniors are much stronger than us. I suspect that the attack just now could even destroy the moon. No, even the earth. Jade Emperor gasped and said, Spirited Mountain Buddhist, Lord's face turned even uglier. If that's the case, that person is even more terrifying. Not only did he resist the giant axe, but he also took the 2 seniors' attack head-on. What kind of existence is this? If one of the 2 seniors is really Erling Shin, could this person be Sun Wukong? Could it be? The monkey beside Patriarch Subhuti heard this, and his expression became a little unnatural. With such a terrifying existence here, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to get out. Let the other cultivators find a way out first. We have to watch the battle here at all times. If the 2 seniors are no match for him, our deaths will come. Patriarch Subhuti said with a serious expression. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Ning Qi and Wu Yin. Ning Qi was not a reckless person. On the contrary, along the way, he relied on caution to avoid many dangers and achieve the achievements he had today. But now, as long as he and Wu Yin found an opportunity. They would cooperate with the great axe to harass the existence shrouded in darkness. In the eyes of others, it seemed very reckless, but in fact, this was their last chance. Only by letting the giant axe heavily injure that guy would he and Wu Yin have a chance to survive. Otherwise, they might not even have the chance to reincarnate. Damn you all! Sharp and hoarse, the two extremely terrifying sound waves kept ringing, surging on Ning-Chi and Wu Yin. Take care of yourself first. Ning-Chi smiled. The next moment, a mysterious aura surged out from Ning-Chi's body and swept towards that guy. Although divine grace would not have any effect on such an existence, Ning-Chi still wanted to give it a try. As long as he could slow down the opponent's movements by 0.01 seconds, he might be able to change the outcome of the battle. Seeing this, Wu Yin smiled and suddenly leaped up. The golden pupil between her eyebrows shot out a golden light that fell on the three-pointed, double-edged sword. Then Wu Yin suddenly waved it, and an incomparably huge sword shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Under Wu Yin's control, it slashed towards that guy. Boom! The two's attacks landed on the figure again. This time, it seemed to have paused for a moment. The giant axe seemed to have found an opportunity and fiercely slashed down. Ning-Chi and Wu Yin saw with their own eyes that the darkness on its body seemed to have been cut off. As a result, its aura continued to drop. I swear, when I suppress the projection of Panga's axe, your ancient immortal clan will definitely die. Definitely die. The sharp, hoarse voice sounded again. Ning-Chi was slightly stunned. Ancient immortal clan? The other party knew their origins? If it wasn't for the fact that he had a deep understanding of the ancient immortal clan, it was impossible to determine their origins with just his current means. Who are you? Wu Yin said coldly. Kakik, who am I? Back then, I stepped on the spirit cloud and beat your Jade Emperor until he ran away like a rat. Have you forgotten my existence so quickly? The figure resisted the giant axe while laughing strangely. His movements seemed to have slowed down a lot, and he seemed to be in a much more sorry state than before. Jade Emperor? Ning-Chi and Wu Yin looked at each other, the same thought appearing in their minds. Impossible, that person has already been killed. How could he appear in our ancestral immortal land? Wu Yin shook her head inwardly. The Jade Emperor was stunned when he heard someone call his title in the distance. Then his face turned extremely pale. The Jade Emperor that the other party was referring to was probably the legendary one. It seems that the legend is true. There really is a heavenly court in this world. That spirited mountain. Does it also exist in the void somewhere? The Buddhist lord of Spirited Mountain was shocked. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt terrified. Could it be that all the gods and Buddhas had seen what he had done all these years? Are you a demon? Ning-Chi suddenly asked calmly. Kid, you have a good eye. I am the ancestor of the demons. The voice let out another strange laugh. The ancestor of the demons? The demon ancestor? The one who was killed by the North Mystic Divine Emperor and Jiang Tianshu? Ning-Chi had a strange look in his eyes. In his mind, the energy ball formed by the heart of the demon ancestor was still emitting waves of demonic chi to refine his body. The heart of the demon ancestor is in my mind. Is this guy really the demon ancestor? Ning-Chi was a little doubtful. He didn't know the origin of the other party, so he couldn't believe what he said. Pangoax, you are just a projection. Surrender to me. I have been hiding in the sacred land of the ancient immortals, Kunlun, all these years, and absorbed the power of the bloodline produced by the heart of Pangu. You can say that I am Pangu. You should surrender to me. The guy who seemed to be the demon ancestor suddenly let out a shrill scream. The next moment, there seemed to be golden light swimming in the darkness. After the giant axe noticed the golden light, its movements were obviously slowed down. In just a moment, the figure found its weakness and suppressed it on the spot. The giant axe seemed to be unwilling to give up and kept shaking under the suppression. Ha ha ha! I have waited for so many years for this moment. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to integrate that trace of Panga's bloodline into my body so quickly. Chapter 3299. Panga's Bloodline. Ningqi and Wu Yin's eyes became more and more serious. Could it be that the demonic ancestor had used some kind of method to resurrect himself under the joint attack of the North mystic divine emperor and Jiang Tianchu? He hid in the ancestral land of the ancient immortals and happened to discover the secret of Earth. Using the fact that Earth was formed from Panga's heart, he would use it to secretly absorb the overflowing Panga's bloodline. Could it be that the demonic ancestor secretly absorbed the overflowing Panga's bloodline after undergoing nirvana? The former made sense. Cultivators at the fourth step usually had a few trump cards. In order to completely suppress them and make them lose the chance of resurrection, the chances of success would be higher if a cultivator at the fifth step took action. Back then, the North mystic divine emperor and Jiang Tianchu were only at the fourth step of the karma state, which was the same level as the demon ancestor, but their cultivation levels were lower. However, their cultivation level was higher. With the two of them working together, the demonic lord was killed without being able to fight back. Even though he was alive and kicking on the moon, he hadn't shown up in the past few years. This meant that the North mystic divine emperor and Jiang Tianchu had left a lasting impact on the demonic lord. But the latter, even the grand cultivators of the ancient immortals, couldn't figure out how to stay on Earth without being affected by nirvana. Was the demonic ancestor really more intelligent than the ancient immortals? As for what Wu Yin said earlier, hiding in Kunlun might be able to avoid nirvana on Earth. But none of the ancient immortals had tried it. They couldn't be sure that the demonic ancestor had used the same method to avoid the cleansing of nirvana and steal a trace of Panga's bloodline. So he's using the Pango axe to speed up the absorption of that trace of Panga's bloodline. Oh no, the demonic ancestor was at the fourth step of the karma state. I'm afraid his cultivation has already recovered. Now that he has absorbed the bloodline of a fifth step cultivator, his cultivation, Wu Yin's expression became more and more serious. The next moment, the demon ancestor put away the complacent smile on his face. Seeing that the Pango axe was still struggling, he snorted coldly. Now that I've broken through to the heavenly fate realm and have the noble bloodline, why are you still resisting me? The demonic ancestor's aura suddenly changed. It was like a calm lake suddenly boiling. His aura kept increasing and was at least 20 times stronger than before. As a result, the Pango axe's movements gradually disappeared. Eventually, as if it had surrendered, it remained motionless. It's not easy to fuse with the bloodline of others. Therefore, the demon ancestor used the Pango axe's Pango aura to speed up the fusion with the Pango bloodline that he stole. The former is like a whetstone, while the latter is now an extremely sharp blade. Thinking of this, Ningqi could not help but sigh. What he and Wu Yin had just done was, in fact, unable to cause any hindrance or harm to the fiend ancestor. All of this was an illusion created by the demon ancestor to deceive the Pango axe. Otherwise, if the Pango axe knew the true purpose of the demon ancestor, as long as he avoided the battle and hid, the demon ancestor would have to spend a lot more time to fuse with the Pango bloodline. The Pango axe kept shrinking. The fiend ancestor, who was holding the Pango axe, swept his gaze across the shocked faces of the Jade Emperor and the others. Finally, he locked onto Ningqi, Wu Yin, Nuwa, and the Celestial Hound. The spirit of the Khanate spiritual treasure, a demonic dog with an unknown bloodline, Guanyuan Erling. What about you? Which one of the ancient immortal clans are you? The smile on the demon ancestor's face became elegant, as if there was a hint of a scholar's aura. Ningqi wondered if he had really been a scholar in ancient times on Earth. Guanyuan Erlang. The fake Erling Shin happened to come back to report to the Jade Emperor because he couldn't find the passage. He saw the scene of the demon ancestor suppressing the Pango axe and then heard the demon ancestor's words. He looked at Wu Yin with a complicated expression. So this was the real Erlingshin, the legendary top 3 in the heavenly court. This existence is not even afraid of Erlingshin. Which one of the ancient myths is he? Everyone looked at the demon ancestor with endless fear. The demon ancestor seemed to enjoy such a look. The smile on his face became even more joyful as he quietly waited for Ningqi's answer. A long time ago, some people called me the North Mystic Celestial Emperor, but others called me Ancestral Master Bodhi. Of course, these are just nicknames. Compared to an existence like the demon ancestor, it's not worth mentioning. Ningqi smiled lightly. No matter who he was, the demon ancestor would not let him go today. He might as well be honest, and maybe he could buy some time. As expected, when the demon ancestor heard Ningqi's words, his eyes widened and then narrowed. He looked at Ningqi in shock. You are the North Mystic Celestial Emperor? There was a sudden, violent fluctuation in his aura. Although he immediately suppressed it, he still couldn't hide it from Ningqi and Wu Yin. North Mystic Celestial Emperor? Ancestral Master Bodhi? The Jade Emperor and the others were dumbfounded. The ones who were the most shocked were the fake Ancestral Master Bodhi and his disciple, the monkey who cosplayed as the Monkey King. He is the real Ancestral Master Bodhi. Then, is there really the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, in this world? The monkey was shocked. Suddenly, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, mixed with some fear, expectation, and other complicated expressions. Yes, send money. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Send money? What money? The evil ancestor was slightly stunned, but he immediately reacted. He stared at Ningqi with an extremely gloomy gaze. The atmosphere instantly turned silent. This process lasted for 10 minutes before the evil ancestor suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! So you have reincarnated. Retribution was really unpleasant. Back then, you joined forces with that despicable Jiang Tianshu to kill me. Who would have thought that I would still be alive in this world and fuse with a trace of the bloodline of the ancestor of the ancient immortal clan, Saint Pangu? From today onwards, I will be reborn. My life is precious. Avicania has a chance to reach the 5th step in the future. As for you, you have reincarnated, and your cultivation level is merely at the early stage of the Tao querying realm. Even if you could control the immortal palace in your previous life, but I am standing here. Can you even touch me? Give it a try. Ningqi laughed. Every second he could buy was a second. There's no need. Right now, you don't even have the qualifications to be my subordinate. However, I won't kill you. Who knows if you have a trump card similar to mine and reincarnate in the future? I will devour you and make you a part of my body, just like that trace of Pangu's bloodline. That way, you will never appear again in this life. Ha ha ha. Chapter 300. Brother Ning. Seeing this, Wu Yin let out a low roar and joined forces with the celestial hound beside her. They unleashed their strongest attack, brandishing their 3-pointed, double-edged sabers to attack the giant black hand. It's just a small trick. The demon ancestor sneered. With just a thought, a terrifying force bound Wu Yin and the howling celestial hound, rendering them unable to move. They could only watch as Ningqi was devoured by the black giant hand. Boom! The palm formed by demonic energy suddenly turned into black smoke and entered Ningqi's body when it was about to land on Ningqi's head. At the same time, the system notification was heard. You can absorb the demon ancestor's heart to replenish the source of the demon ancestor's heart. 100 million merit points are required. Would the host like to absorb it? There's such a thing. Ningqi immediately reacted. Absorb it. I'll pay 200 million merit points, let alone 100 million. He had a lot of merit points left after coming out of the Shinluo mystic land. 100 million was nothing to Ningqi. At this moment, Ning Qi rejoiced that he was able to find out about the existence of the god Luo mystic realm from Jiangyu and obtain a considerable amount of merit points from it. Otherwise, he would probably be suppressed by the fiend ancestor forever, and he wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. 100 million merit points had been deducted. The system let the demonic energy flow into Ning Qi's body without doing anything. System, are you planning to scam me before I die? The system is preparing. Please do not interfere. The system notification was heard. Hearing this, Ning Qi made an "oh" sound in his heart. No matter what, he was always full of confidence in the system. In the early days, he had no clue about the origin of the system. But now he suspected that the existence behind the system should not be malicious to him. It was even possible that it was a trick set up by him in his previous life. But the demon ancestor was already a fate state overlord. Could the system absorb him instead? Ning Qi suddenly felt a little uneasy. Maybe that was why the system needed to make some preparations and give the demon ancestor a surprise at the right time? Ha ha ha! Emperor Beixian, you were stronger than me in my previous life, but you're still going to fall into my hands in this life. I heard that Jiang Tianshu is your junior apprentice brother. Your reincarnation must have something to do with him. But don't worry, once we become one, I will be you and you will be me. I will go find Jiang Tian for you. Tree, have a good chat with him. The demon ancestor laughed maniacally. Boundless demonic aura continued to surge into Ning Qi's body. Wu Yin was imprisoned at the side, but she saw that the demonic aura was surging out from the demon ancestor's heart. It was different from ordinary demonic aura. This devil Qi seemed to have a trace of grayish-white color, but it was not easily noticed. At this moment, Ning Qi's entire body was shrouded in devil Qi. His eyes had turned white, making him look extremely evil. It's over. The Jade Emperor and the others looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with despair. Those who couldn't find a way out were coming back one after another. What's wrong? What happened? Dugu Batian stared blankly at Ning Qi, who was filled with an evil aura, with a trace of horror in his eyes. The giant axe seems to have been suppressed by that existence. Now that he has freed up his hands and killed those two seniors, it will be our turn. Duguyin said in a low voice, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come today. I shouldn't have participated in this battle that we are not qualified to participate in." Dugu Changhen clenched his teeth and his eyes were filled with endless regret. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi was about to be suppressed, Ning Qi's physical body suddenly underwent a huge change. His aura was also changing crazily. Demon form. You are a demon? No, you are an immortal and a demon? How can this be? How can this be? The demon ancestor suddenly screamed, his eyes filled with disbelief. An immortal and a demon? No wonder I always felt that Brother Ning's aura was so strange at times. I didn't expect him to find a way to merge the extreme yin and yang existences of the immortal and demon. Perhaps there really is a turning point today. Wu Yin's eyes flickered. No matter how you found a way to become like this, you are still dead today. The shock on the demon ancestor's face gradually dissipated, and he let out a strange laugh again. His demonic aura had already filled Ning Qi's entire body. Very soon, it would rush into Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. This was purposely left to enjoy at the last moment, so that he could feel the fear flowing out from Ning Qi's heart. Absorb, activate. The moment the demon ancestor's demonic aura surged into Ning Qi's sea of consciousness, there was a loud sound that sounded like a bell. Absorb, activate. This loud sound also entered the demon ancestor's mind. After a slight shock, he found the demon ancestor's heart hidden in Ning Qi's sea of consciousness through the demonic aura. Although the demon ancestor's heart was different from before and had changed a lot, the familiar aura made one yearn for it. Instantly, it made the demon ancestor tremble. My heart! There was a trace of fear in the demon ancestor's eyes. It was not joy, nor was it excitement. After seeing the demon ancestor's heart that he had not seen for a long time, his eyes were filled with fear. Back then, when he was suppressed by Jiang Tianshu and the North Xian Divine Emperor, in order to create the illusion that he was already dead, he escaped from the two of them. The demon ancestor hardened his heart and dug out the heart that belonged to him. It contained his essence and all his cultivation. What escaped was only a trace of his soul. Over the years, the demon ancestor had relied on a trace of his soul to hide in Kunlun on earth. He had continuously absorbed the nirvana power produced by every beat of Panga's heart, as well as the resentment of countless dead living beings. Pangu's bloodline, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only had he reached the fourth step again, but he had even improved more than before. At the same time, he found the projection of Panga's axe. Although the power of the projection was different from the original body, and it could only be considered a fourth-grade connate spiritual treasure, it was enough for the demon ancestor. Even when he was at his peak, he did not have a third-grade connate spiritual treasure. After that, in order to suppress Panga's axe, he found that Panga's axe could help him integrate with the Panga bloodline in his body. Therefore, he fought with Panga's axe day after day, year after year. Even when he erupted with his true power and could completely suppress Panga's axe, he still pretended to be half a part of Panga's axe. It was all to integrate with the last trace of bloodline. However, he actually saw the demon ancestor's heart that he had left behind back then. This was not something to be happy about, because if he thought about it carefully, the demon ancestor's heart was the real demon ancestor back then, and he was just a trace of the demon ancestor's soul. Although he had all his memories, at some point he was suppressed by the demon ancestor's heart. Chapter 3301. Something's wrong. The empty heart of the demon ancestor had a power that was beating crazily. A strong premonition of danger arose, spontaneously. Oh no! The demon ancestor immediately reacted and wanted to retract his demonic chi, only to find that it was no longer under his control and was gushing into the demon ancestor's heart in Ning Chi's mind. Damn it, I'm being suppressed. My heart is going to drain all my energy. The ancestral demon was terrified. Even though he was already at the fourth step of the fate state, and he wasn't a nobody in the Shenluo realm, he was still as fearful as an ordinary person when it came to life and death. Furthermore, he was more afraid of death than a mortal, because once he was completely drained by the demon ancestor's heart, he would disappear completely, regardless of whether the demon ancestor's heart would form a new demon ancestor or not. It wouldn't count as death, and there would be no chance of reincarnation. Demon ancestor, you were laughing so happily just now. Why aren't you laughing now? Even though he couldn't move his body, Ning Chi's divine will laughed out loud. Damn it, you're despicable. The demon ancestor roared angrily, and his divine will trembled, almost shattering Ning Chi's mind. However, there was a surge of energy that suppressed the demon ancestor's divine will. As expected of the North Mystic Emperor, you're 10 times, 100 times more treacherous than Jiang Tianshu. You know that I'm not dead, yet you purposely left the demon ancestor's heart for your reincarnation. Did you even predict what would happen today? Impossible. Impossible. Back then, you were only at the karma realm. Even if you were at your peak, you wouldn't be able to reach the karma realm. Even if you were at your peak, you wouldn't be able to predict what would happen in the future. The demon ancestor's divine will become more and more terrified, and even his tone changed. In the outside world, Wu Yin slowly realized that something was wrong. He saw that the demon ancestor's expression was very interesting. There were all kinds of changes, including shock, disbelief, and fear. That's strange. The demon ancestor should be devouring Brother Ning now. Why does it look like he's being devoured? Is he in Brother Ning's mind? Thinking of this, a smile suddenly flashed in Wu Yin's eyes. The North Mystic Emperor, even if he had reincarnated, how could he not have left behind any backup plans? Otherwise, Ning Qi's cultivation would not have advanced by leaps and bounds over the years. Wu Yin clearly remembered that the first time she met Ning Qi in the central mainland, he was merely a Dan realm cultivator. The gap between him and a human immortal was huge. Other than Wu Yin, no one else noticed Evil Lord's current situation. They looked at Ning Qi, who was surrounded by demonic aura and fear. They were waiting for the moment Ning Qi was completely devoured, which was also the moment they stepped into death. 1%, 2%, 3%, Ning Qi saw a progress bar appear in front of him. This progress bar probably represented the progress of absorbing the demon ancestor. As long as he reached 100%, the demon ancestor would completely disappear and become nourishment for the demon ancestor's heart in his sea of consciousness. As for what the demon ancestor's heart would do in the future, and whether or not it would affect Ning Qi couldn't care less. Even if he completely fell into the demonic path and lost his mind, it was better than being devoured by the fiend ancestor. Emperor Beixian, there is still room for negotiation. Stop now and I can leave this place. I can also help your reincarnation advance to the Tao Qirin perfected realm. Seeing that his aura was getting weaker and weaker, the demon ancestor's divine will kept sending out the intention to reconcile. Are you sick? You are the one who wanted to devour me, and now you say there is room for negotiation? Go and negotiate with the demon ancestor's heart. You are the demon ancestor? Why are you being suppressed by your own heart? Let me think. You should be a hair that the demon ancestor randomly dropped on the ground. Did your hair cultivate to become a spirit? Ning Qi was not stingy with his sarcasm. Bullsh *T. I am the demon ancestor. I just wanted to fool Jiang Tianshu and a despicable person like you. So I left 99% of my original source energy behind. So compared to the demon ancestor's heart, you are not the original body. It is. You are still a hair, an insignificant hair. In a while, you will not even be a hair. Emperor Beixian, let's talk nicely. It's meaningless for both of us to be injured like this. As long as you close your sea of consciousness, I don't need you to return what you absorbed. I will help you reach the 4th step. How about that? The 4th step. You were only at the karma state in your previous life, and I am now at the fate state. The demon ancestor became more and more anxious. After a while, he would be devoured by the projection of the Pango axe. He did not want that to be the way he died. He did not want to die when he had the bloodline of Pango and reached the fate state. He did not want to die halfway when he had a bright future. 37%, 38%, 39%, the pleasant voice of the system kept ringing. Ning Qi had always thought that the system's voice was boring and cold, but at that moment he felt that it was the most pleasant voice in the world. Demon ancestor, Although you are just a hair, I still call you the demon ancestor. I see that you are about to die. Do you remember where this person is? Ning Qi's divine will surged and condensed G-phase appearance. The demon ancestor saw it and immediately said, I know where he is. Stop, I will tell you where he is right now. As he spoke, his divine will seemed to be sizing up Ning Qi's divine will, trying to see how important Ji-Fei was to Ning Qi. It seems that he is dead. That's right, you suppressed the Pangoax. How could you leave him alive? Ning Qi smiled and had no intention of stopping at all. The demon ancestor became more and more anxious. He could already sense that he was about to lose control of the Pangoax projection in his hand. However, he was being devoured by his former heart and could not move at all. He is really not dead. I won't believe a single punctuation mark in your words. Ning Qi's divine will gradually turn cold. 89%, 90%. You despicable and shameless villain, I will not die. I have the bloodline of Pango in me, and I have merged with my former heart. You will only see a stronger demon ancestor. The demon ancestor seemed to feel that he was about to reach a dead end and let out a desperate roar. Ning Chi's divine Wu looked at him indifferently and suddenly smiled. Demon ancestor, you have worked hard for so many years, hiding in the ancestral land of Kunlun, absorbing the power of nirvana again and again. I didn't expect that you would be working for someone else. If possible, I will definitely give you a Good Citizen Award. He paused. By the way, your demon clan has made a comeback. There is someone called Heaven, Destroying Demon Master, who has also broken through to the 4th step. However, his cultivation is a little weaker than yours, and he is only at the Karma realm. It is a pity that the demon clan is doing well now, but you can't see it. They only know about Heaven Destroying Demon Master and won't remember you. Despicable. With an unwilling roar, the absorption rate reached 100%. The demon ancestor was completely sucked into an empty shell, and his essence and origin were all absorbed into the demon ancestor's heart. In Ning Chi's spiritual sea, the demon ancestor's heart, which was originally like a stone ball, had now become something very similar to a heart. Bang! Chapter 3302. System, is the demon ancestor really done for? Could he have used some other means to hide? Ning Chi wanted to confirm it. The demon ancestor's original body, incomplete, has completely integrated with the demon ancestor's heart, but this power can't be maintained for long. Host, please be prepared to integrate with the demon ancestor's heart. The system's prompt suddenly sounded. Integrate with the demon ancestor's heart. Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Before he could even show a bitter smile, the beating demon ancestor's heart exploded with a bang. The majestic, vast, and terrifying 4th step destiny state's early stage essence power surged into Ning Chi's body like a flood. Sure enough, both sides are injured. That was Ning Chi's last thought. After this thought passed, his vision fell into darkness, and his mind was completely submerged by this terrifying power. In the outside world, the originally terrifying and unfathomable demon ancestor suddenly exploded on the spot with a bang, turning into a puddle of dust that scattered into the sky. Ning Chi, who was undoubtedly dead in the eyes of Jade Emperor and the others, stood intact, but his body was completely shrouded in darkness. No one could see Ning Chi's appearance at the moment. After losing the suppression of the demon ancestor, the projection of the Pango axe shook a few times and suddenly broke through the sky as if intending to leave, but then it flew back, seemingly wanting to approach Ning Chi, but also somewhat suspicious. The demon ancestor is dead? Or has he occupied Brother Ning's body? Wu Yin, who had lost his restraints, regained his freedom. His eyes were extremely solemn. Howling celestial dog glanced at Wu Yin as if asking for instructions on its next move. Don't be impatient. Wait for a while and see how Brother Ning is doing. Wu Yin said calmly. Nuwa was an artifact spirit refined by Ning Chi and was connected to his mind, but she couldn't sense Ning Chi's existence. Erlingshin, Master's situation is very dangerous now. Do you have any way to help him? Nuwa looked anxious. There's no way. Wu Yin shook his head. Unless I'm a 4th step cultivator, then I have the ability to interfere. Don't worry, Brother Ning has many trump cards. Perhaps not only will he be fine this time, but he will also obtain a greater opportunity. Nuwa gradually calmed down when she heard this. What's going on? As for the Jade Emperor and the others, they didn't really understand what was happening. It was clearly the Fiend Ancestor who wanted to suppress Ning Chi. But how did the Fiend Ancestor's body shatter all of a sudden? And it was so thoroughly shattered. Have you forgotten? That senior is the true Patriarch Subhuti. According to the ancient myths and legends we know, this person's power is probably far, far greater than even the true Jade Emperor or the true Buddha. Otherwise, how could he have trained the great sage, Heaven's equal, who was able to shatter the heavens? Wu Gang suddenly said. When everyone heard this, they instantly fell silent, and their gazes towards Ning Chi had a trace of anticipation. Compared to the brutal demon lord who almost killed them the moment they met, they naturally hoped that Ning Chi could survive. Time ticked by. Many people set off again to find a way out. Only a small number of people remained in place, wanting to know what had happened to Ningqi as soon as possible. 1 month, 5 months, 1 year, 3 years, 10 years for Wu Yin. This amount of time was probably equivalent to a few minutes in the eyes of mortals. He could stand motionless in the same place, not even changing his posture. But for Earth immortal cultivators like the Jade Emperor, 10 years was not a short period of time. As the Earth was about to undergo nirvana, they were affected imperceptibly and obtained excellent qualifications. It took them a very short period of time to achieve their current cultivation. They had not really experienced the kind of seclusion that lasted for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Feeling, "Why is it so long?" The Jade Emperor was already a little annoyed. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed on Mars obediently. He could have gone to Earth occasionally, and he could have been respected by everyone. He would not have been like this, trapped in a desolate place. Although they could also choose to break through the sky and enter the universe, none of them did so. Courage. Crossing the starry sky in the unknown universe. The cultivation of an Earth immortal was indeed not enough. If they encountered any danger, they would be smashed into pieces and their souls would be scattered. At this moment, Ningqi's consciousness had been completely submerged by the devil qi that erupted from the demon progenitor's heart. At the same time, the strength of his physical body was skyrocketing. The confining dragon elephant saint art and the 8-9 arcane art, which had become memories in his cells, could circulate on their own. Break the self-breakthrough. Ningqi's aura became more and more terrifying, to the point that Wu Yin had no choice but to bring the celestial hound and Nuwa further away to avoid being affected by Ningqi. The bottleneck of his devil Dao cultivation seemed to disappear. He broke into the ancient transformation realm without any obstruction, then the Dao-seeking realm. Finally, the devil qi in Ningqi's body fused with the power of the immortal palace. There was no distinction between them. Ningqi's form, shrouded in darkness, kept switching between immortal and devil. After taking the middle value, it gradually turned into a new form. This form was neither immortal nor demon. It was born after the immortal and demon completely fused together. From this moment onwards, Ningqi no longer had any devil Dao cultivation or immortal Dao cultivation. The two had completely merged into one. The bottleneck of the early stage Dao querying realm started to waver. 1 year later, the bottleneck was broken. He had entered the middle stage of the Dao querying realm. Another year passed. The bottleneck of the middle stage Dao seeking realm began to shake. This happened repeatedly, when Wu Yin and the others had no choice but to hide in the void tens of thousands of miles away and watch Ningqi from afar. Ningqi's aura was already comparable to that of a perfected Dao-seeking realm cultivator. Could Brother Ning use this to break through to the 4th step? But will he be Brother Ning or the demon ancestor? Wu Yin's expression gradually became extremely solemn. A terrifying, dangerous, and deathly aura constantly emanated from Ningqi's body. "All of you, follow me and leave this place." Wu Yin suddenly spoke. The Jade Emperor and the others were slightly stunned. Then they followed Wu Yin and soared into the void of the universe with solemn expressions. A cultivator like Duguyin was not even a human immortal. Although she could travel through the universe, she could not last long in the universe. Now, because of Ningqi's existence, there seemed to be a terrifying danger coming at any time. Only by entering the universe could she temporarily avoid the danger from Ningqi. She could only temporarily avoid the danger from Ningqi by entering the universe. Gulp, gulp, a vague roar came from the depths of Ningqi's throat. Seeing this, the projection of the Pango axe slashed down at Ningqi without hesitation. Ningqi let out another roar. In the darkness, there was a faint flash of golden light. When the projection of the Pango axe saw this trace of golden light, it suddenly retracted all its attacks. With a swoosh, It soared into the void and disappeared from the sight of Wu Yin and the others. Ning Chi suddenly lost his target and punched the ground with a backhand.